Uh-oh. Good morning. It's 7 a.m. here. Hopefully you can see and hear me. I'm trying to get everything working. I was at work until past midnight yesterday, so I didn't get home until about 1 a.m. So not everything is set up correctly. So, as you can see, I'm still trying to I'm literally trying to make the tier list, right? So, 1 second. Useful. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. Capture. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining me. Iwaku-kun wa... Oh, Iwaku-kun wa ichiban desu yo. Wrong wa, bro. Come on, Papa Link. Thanks for joining. No, I appreciate it. And, of course, I appreciate cheering for Onyx. Hopefully you can see everything. Yeah, my hair is a disaster. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You should see me. You should hear me. You should see a tier list that is very much under construction. Hopefully you should be able to see it as I scroll down here. And you should see, I guess it's the YouTube stats. $5 donation from Bethany. Thank you. Go buy a coffee when the stream is over. You don't know. I bought one last night because I knew I wouldn't be buying one this morning. So let's see. I think I have these other tiers here. So you've got useful capture. Then what else? Where's the Charizard onesie in protest? Protest of what? Okay, I think these are going to be the actual tiers. Why bother? Is that everything? I think I'm going to make another one for... Too late. Wow, $1.99 donation from Prada with an O. Where's the O? Something Gylatine. I don't think Gylatine is in this game. Oh, protest of no Charizard in this game. I think I still have the Legends Charizard logo loaded? I do. So I can at least do that. Although I think for this list we are going to actually use the Arceus logo. Imagine that. Am I excited for Pokemon Day tomorrow? It's today for me, and I think it's Japan only, so... That could be exciting. Mad views. Okay, I think we can just about start. Is Hyper Beam good in Legends Arceus? No, but it's not as bad as it is in the main series. Okay, I think we're about ready to start. Let me just change the window that you guys see. Hang on, because you shouldn't be seeing the YouTube stats. You should be seeing this, which is, I believe, Decidueye's stats. Okay, there we go. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna drink this coffee. Give me 1 second. It might be more than a second. I have to actually drink this because I'm in huge trouble. My stamina is at 0. Yeah, apparently the Pokemon Day thing it's only officially been announced in Japan. I imagine they'll do an English version, right? But then again, I imagined they would do that for, you know, a major release like Legends Arceus, and they didn't until like 15 days later. But welcome everybody, thanks for coming. This is the Legends Arceus tier list after I'm done, like, medicating myself with this coffee. Shiki knows about Monster Hunter strats. You have to drink hot drinks so you don't lose stamina in the cold. Nintendo marketing abroad has been quiet due to current events. That makes sense. They didn't add English subtitles to that one Don Piplup song. I think it's because this Pochama campaign. Sorry, Pochama is like Piplup's Japanese name. I think because that's Japan only. All right, we're ready with we've had our X attack. Okay, let's get started. I think. Ooh. Oh my, this hair is a disaster. Okay. Alright, welcome everybody to the Pokemon Legends Arceus tier list. I don't even know if this is possible, but we're gonna try and make one. So normally when I do in-game tier lists, I try to rank Pokemon based on, I think the general criteria I use is how well they help you get from your house to the Hall of Fame. And Legends is very different because even though I think it's officially a mainline game, obviously there's no league or anything. And despite this being a game about how the bonds between humans and Pokemon were first forged, you don't really use your Pokemon for pretty much anything. And when you do, you basically just kind of toss them away to be replaced later by stronger wild alphas. So great job at really showing how those bonds were first forged. Pokemon are disposable. So what I think we'll try and do is, unlike most of my list where I assume you're, you know, a Dark Souls gamer who's kind of sort of trying to try hard it, I'm kind of assuming the opposite this time. I'm assuming you're filthy casual trash that actually wants to do a bunch of optional stuff. And maybe you don't actually know what you're doing, so these are kind of like recommendations, you could sort of think of it like that. And I think that'll be how we're actually able to build a list, because in terms of things you concretely use your Pokemon for in the game, there's like barely a double-digit number of battles. Most of them are a complete joke, until the last one, which is arguably the worst, well, not worst, arguably, I'll have to redo this because I need to have a clean version for the edit. But just for now, the number of battles you actually do, mandatory, are barely double-digit. Most of them are ridiculously easy, except for the last one, which is possibly the most difficult battle in Pokemon history. Just out of nowhere. And in terms of actually catching Pokemon, you don't battle them to catch them. For the most part, you just throw an Oranberry, or if you're feeling fancy, a Raspberry, and then you smash them in the back of the skull with a Gigaton Ball, and that's it. And that works for pretty much every Pokemon. You might have to fight some. Maybe, but probably not. Really, the only time you have to fight Pokemon to catch them is on Basculegion, because catching on Basculegion from the field just sucks and doesn't work. Also, I mean, it's in the title of the video, but yeah, massive spoilers for the entire game. We have to talk about the entire game, right? So here's your official spoiler warning, but it's also in the title. Okay. So does anybody have any questions about the criteria? I'm just going to run through them really quickly. So at the top here, I have overall useful. In fact, there's an exclamation point. That's how excited I are. So these are Pokemon that are available for most of the game, or have something about them that I think makes them worth putting on your team. Under that, we have useful for combat. So these are Pokemon that I think are useful for combat, specifically against, and I put them on the overlay, the 5 noble encounters, and the Giratina is the stand-in for the final battle, just so it's not a crazy spoiler, but I mean, I will be talking about who it is throughout the video, but the Giratina battle is, I mean, the most difficult part of the entire game, so useful for combat basically means useful against the Giratina fight. Then there's useful for capture. These are pretty much just Pokemon that have a status move, right? Because you might consider, like, walling a Pokemon so that you can throw Pokeballs at it, part of being useful for capture, but you really can't wall in this game because of how damage works. We'll talk about that in a bit, but useful for capture basically means has a status move and maybe can survive a hit, possibly, but I wouldn't count on it. Then there's Meh, which I think will be the most populated list, because it's going to be pretty much every Pokemon that I don't think is worth being in one of the higher tiers, but also isn't so horrible that it goes into why bother. And why bother is basically just Pokemon I think that are so bad that you can't use them unless you, like, stuff them full of grit. You can stuff pretty much any Pokemon full of grit and make it at least usable. I mean, we literally faced Arceus with Onix because it had a bunch of grit. That doesn't mean Onix is good, by the way, so spoilers, Onix is still pretty bad. But why bother is basically, I think, your resources would be better spent pretty much anywhere else. So those are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tiers, and I was considering maybe making another one for the spam of legends that you get that are all, like, I mean, pretty good, but there's basically no game for them to actually put them in. Do I consider Arceus at all? Maybe? The only thing is, Arceus is a single encounter. I mean, it's something to think about, so all of this was basically just to get your opinions on this, because I'm gonna have to say all of this again in a more polished version for the premium edit. So let me try and catch up on your comments here. Hisuian Samurai is 100% going to be in capture tier at minimum. Does False Swipe help with the capture tier? Probably. Can't wall, Calm Mind? I don't think that works. Just to be clear, the ranking is based on how much you use a Pokemon in general. Like, if it's your favorite, I guess. I'm still not counting, I've never really considered how much I actually like Pokemon, and I still don't think that's being counted. Cresselia actually makes a good wall. Does it? Because you can only really use it for the Giratina fight, and Giratina's best move destroys you. If we count Nobles, there's no reason to count Arceus? I guess so, but the thing is that Arceus doesn't have a type, right? So the Pokemon that are good against Arceus are the same Pokemon that are good against the Nobles, which is to say, just hyper-offensive Pokemon. Cresselia is such a good wall, she soft-locks your game, that's true. Did they fix that? Onix hard carried this playthrough. Onix did appear, but it's because I was paid to use Onix, okay? Are tier placements based on regular or alpha versions? I think we're going to consider Pokemon that have alpha versions. So alpha versions aren't necessarily better, it's just they're available at a higher level, and they might have some of the move tutor moves already, like, available, but you can still get them. So a regular Pokemon can always be as good as an alpha version. False Swipe honestly isn't needed. Yeah, it's true. I've actually never used False Swipe in my playthrough where I completed the Pokedex. The Cresselia Softlock is not fixed. Okay. So for those who don't know, near the end of the game, you have to catch a bunch of legends in succession. And one of the ones you have to catch is Cresselia, who's hanging out in Hisuian Electrode's area. And, oh, can you guys see my mouse cursor? That's a good thing to check. You should be able to, but let me just double check. You should be able to. Can you see my mouse cursor? It should be over Staraptor right now. Let's say your favorite is Kricketune and you want to stick with it for as long as possible. Its ranking here might be an indication of how good or bad that might be. I'll tell you right now, Kricketune's going in Why Bother. You cannot see it. Okay. Oh, it's because I have it in the wrong place. Can you see it now? It should be over Staraptor. I have it over Staraptor right now. You should be able to see it. You still can't. Uh-oh. What? But I have it... Oh, now you should. Now you should. I've actually clicked on the window and it's over Staraptor. Okay, great. Okay, so that's an important tech test. Good thing we checked that. Thank you, guys. Alright, great. Hello. Oh, hey, Fire Scissor. Welcome back. I saw you in the last one. Wait, Weepjo, you're actually awake? It's 7 a.m. for you. Welcome. Okay. Yeah, so just I'll be taking input on the tier criteria itself before I redo all of this for the premium edit. So basically, I'll give you an example of a Pokemon that would be in each tier. So Hisuian Samurott, for example, I would put in overall useful, because you have it for the entire game. Your starters aren't as good as they are in the normal games, because you can easily just toss them away and get a different Pokemon, and you never really battle. But Hisuian Samurott is pretty strong, and specifically its signature move, Ceaseless Edge, is very good against Giratina, which is the most difficult battle in the game. So I'd put Hisuian Samurott all the way up in useful. As an example of a Pokemon I'd put maybe in just combat useful, would maybe be Ursuluda, because it's got like Giga Chad stats. Like, its stats are actually insane. But it is pretty annoying to get. Otherwise, I'd probably put an overall useful. For useful for capture, I'd put like Beautifly, because it gets like Stun Spore. You can do that, and you get it right at the beginning of the game. May as well do that. For meh, I actually put Dustox, because you get it at the beginning of the game, but it's pretty underwhelming. If you got it any later than Obsidian Fieldlands, I'd probably put it in Why Bother. And for a Why Bother Pokemon, I'd probably put, like, Burmy. All the Burmy Wormadam forms. Why would you use these? It's just... so I'll put them actually in those tiers to make it a little bit easier to visualize. And then I'll remove them when we actually record the formal explanation of the tiering. What did I put in meh? Dustox, right? So let me see if, it's very annoying that to actually scroll up to read previous chat, I have to do this. I have to actually go into YouTube and do it. So let me see if I missed anything. Monkey returns. The monkey's in this game. He's pretty good. Hyswien Decidueye is less useful because Hisuian Litigan exists. How did you know? Wow, you didn't go to sleep? Oh my goodness. Alright, well, we should probably be done in maybe 2 or 3 hours. I don't think this one's going to be that long, because there isn't that much to say about most Pokemon. Item evolutions are pretty easy. Yes, that is true. Pokemon and distortions will probably end up being penalized, actually. Because they're really annoying. I'm talking about a distortion-exclusive Pokemon. Okay. any questions about the tiering criteria or changes you'd make? Distortion tier. I mean, distortion Pokemon are probably just going to be penalized for being kind of annoying. Gotta say, Cheeser streams are really good for background noise for gaming. Good voice with funny moments. Thank you. Oh, you slept and just woke up? Oh, hey. Well, thanks for waking up. Doc stuff like Sylveon? Oh, yeah. Porygon is suffer more than? Yes. I forgot where these Pokemon actually go. Where does Ursuluna go? Well, it's probably in the wrong place, but we'll just put it back there. And Hisuian Samurott. Okay. So janky. Post-game tier, Cresselia is an Arceus send when it comes to the last fights. Really? I mean, I didn't even use it. Can't wait to see Avalugg get ranked. I mean, you know by the emoji you send, you know where it's going. I will say right now, it's not the worst Pokemon in the game. I don't think so, but it's close. And it is going to be. It has the honor. It might change based on what actually happens in the stream, but it's probably. Avalugg will probably be used in the intro for the premium edit. We'll say that. Cresselia is extremely helpful for the endgame fights. I didn't use it, but we'll see. If you guys say so, you guys can change my mind. You have the power. 0 out of 10 game, no Milotic. I mean, you get replaced by Hyswien Arcanine. Yeah, they really did Avalugg dirty. Literally dirty, right? It's got all this rock clinging to it. Alright, any last comments about the tiering criteria before we sort of do an official intro? And then we get into the tier list, because we're going to talk about the combat system as well. You guys have about 30 seconds to submit your feedback. Can Hisuian Arcanine go into the very good boy tier? I mean, it'll probably go into useful for combat. Barely. Power Shift is kind of bad. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be mentioning Power Shift, but I don't think it's good. Like, I think Onyx escapes Why Bother, but it is not good. Doesn't Cress obliterate 85% of Volo's nonsense? Does it? I don't know. Alright. Typic in combat. Most important thing in battle in this game. I'm not sure what typic means. I think it's... oh, typing. I mean, yeah, we consider typing. Okay. I think that's about it, so we can sort of get started on the list. Parasect for unreasonably aggressive tier. Okay, here we go. Alright. So, I'm basically just going to re-record the intro and, like, tier list, or tiering explanation for the premium edit. Then we're going to talk about the combat system in the game, and then we're actually going to start ranking Pokemon. Alright. So, thank you everybody for joining me. And I'm kind of going to be ignoring your chat stuff for like the next minute-ish as I go through all the explanations. Alright, here we go. So, hello there, and welcome to the Pokemon Legends Arceus tier list. So I don't even know if this is possible, but I mean, we're going to try and make one anyway, because people like tier lists. So normally when I do a tier list, they're in-game. And what that means is I consider how well a Pokemon helps you get from your house to the Hall of Fame, is generally what I say. But in this game, because we are in Ancient Hisui, there is no Hall of Fame, so what in the world are we actually ranking? Normally I sort of assume that your you're a Dark Souls gamer and you're not really playing for fun, you're kind of just playing for efficiency. And if you do that in Legends, there's basically no game, right? Because there's only like a barely double-digit number of mandatory battles, and you don't really use your Pokemon in them anyway, right? Honestly, the most efficient way to get through the Nobles fights is to just Dark Souls them, right? Just toss bombs until you win. I guess you can fight them if you want. But that's no fun. So I think in this tier list, I am actually going to assume that you're going to be playing the game. Imagine that. So that means actually battling Pokemon when we try to capture them. Not all the time, but sometimes. I messed up. I think I'm going to have to redo that. Sorry, guys. Sorry to get off to a slow start. That's a signal of things to come. But I'm going to have to redo that. Oh, thanks. I'm glad I'm your favorite streamer. Let's see. So I have to talk about combat. I have to talk about the tiering. Just considering the premium edit slows this down a bit. Sorry, I'm gonna have to redo that. What are you, Regigigas? I'll tell you right now, Regigigas is garbage. It's garbage. Sorry, I'm gonna have to redo that one more time. Ohayo, YouTuber-san. Ohayo, Post-Apocalyptica. Second take, let's go. Sorry about that. We're gonna do that one more time. Hello, and welcome to the Pokemon Legends Arceus tier list. Is such a thing even possible? I mean, we're gonna find out, right? We're making it anyway. So, normally when I do a tier list, I try to consider how well a Pokemon helps you get from your house to the Hall of Fame. That's not really applicable to this game because we are in Hisui, a time before there was a Hall of Fame. This is a story about how the bonds between humans and Pokemon were forged. Which is kind of ironic because you don't really use your Pokemon in this game. There's barely a double-digit number of battles in the game, so battling isn't really a useful criteria. And when it comes to capturing, pretty much the best way to capture Pokemon is to toss an Oranberry, maybe a Raspberry if you're feeling really, like, generous, and then just slam them in the back of the skull with a Gigaton Ball. What if they notice you? Well, then you hit them with a Sticky Glob to stun them, and then you slam them with a Gigaton Ball, so you don't really battle. But if you do that, then your Pokemon basically don't ever get used, and that's no fun at all, right? So, unlike most games where I assume you're a Dark Souls gamer that's kind of playing efficiently, I'm actually going to assume that you're a filthy casual who's actually trying to have fun, so I assume that you're going to be battling more often than you, or I'm going to assume that you're battling more often than would be optimal, and I'm also going to assume that when it comes to the Nobles fights, so you can see them all at the bottom of the overlay, even though you can Dark Souls it and just toss bombs to finish the battles quickly, I'm going to assume that you're actually going to try and fight them. And also, when it comes to the super secret super boss, the most difficult battle in Pokemon history, I think is fair to say. That's probably where most of the combat utility is going to come in. Okay, I think that was a decent run-through of the general criteria I'm going to be using. Let's talk about the what's this? Okay. Let's talk about the actual tiers that are in the game. That's not true. The tiers aren't in the game. Let's talk about the actual tiers I'm going to be using. Sorry. Let's talk about the actual tiers that I'm going to be using. So at the very top, we have useful. I think these are Pokemon that are generally very useful to your playthrough. You can sort of also think of this as just a recommended tier. So I am still considering availability, but not as highly as I would be in a base game. But Pokemon that are in useful are going to be Pokemon that are available for most of the game, and also shine in either combat or capture, or even both, which is actually possible. An example of Pokemon I would put in useful tier would be Hisuian Samurott, for reasons that will be explained later. Useful for combat is sort of exactly what it says. These are Pokemon that I think are exceptionally useful in combat, either against the mandatory nobles, or more likely, the final encounter against Giratina and friends. Then we have useful in capture. So these are basically Pokemon that have a status move. You might also maybe consider it as Pokemon that can sort of wall as you toss out Pokeballs against the Pokemon you're trying to catch. But for reasons that we're going to talk about when we talk about the battle system, you can't really wall stuff in this game, unfortunately. Then under that we have the meh tier. This is where I think most Pokemon are going to go. These are Pokemon that aren't necessarily terrible, but I don't think they have enough of a usage in either combat or capture to be a recommendation from me. And then under that is why bother. These are Pokemon I think are seriously flawed, and without massive amounts of, like, grit welfare, you pretty much can't use them. Okay. Any comments about the tiering criteria? I think that's good. I can see that there's a violent argument, or, well, not violent, I guess. I can see that there's a very spirited argument in the comments about how to actually pronounce the main character of this game, right? The god of the Pokemon world. As far as I understand it, in English, it is officially Arceus, right? Because Silvally ability is basically great value multi-type, right? And it's called RKS system. But in Japanese, it is 100% without a doubt Arceus. As somebody said in the chat, it's pronounced Arceus these nuts. I mean, that's really the pronunciation that transcends borders. But in English, it's officially Arceus. In Japanese, it's Arceus. I'm just going to say Arceus. Because I think that's what it was before they realized that it sounds kind of similar to Arse. And then they tried to change it with the RKS system. So no revisionism here. We're calling it Arceus. Something I think that's important to talk about before we actually start ranking these Pokemon is the... Mess that up. Something I think that's actually important to talk about before we actually... I messed that up. Something I think that's important to talk about before we get into the nitty-gritty tiering is the changes that were made to the Legends battle system, because there were quite a few, most of them for the worse, in my opinion, unfortunately. So, Legends did away with two major aspects of Pokemon battling. There are no abilities, and there are no items. And what do you get in exchange for those? Pretty much nothing. So, I hope your ability wasn't good, because you get no compensation for it. Pokemon like Gengar that had a really good ability, pre-Gen 8 at least, Ripperoni Levitate, get nothing in exchange for losing their ability. Whoops. The only Pokemon that actually does is actually Cherrim. So Cherrim in Sunlight actually gets boosted stats to compensate for not actually having the Flower Gift ability. Spoiler alert, Cherrim still kinda sucks. Whoops. Hey, at least Rotom Fan actually isn't a complete meme. You can't even see it. At least Rotom Fan isn't a complete meme. Well, I mean, it kinda is. It's not good, but at least its flying type actually does something. Items you don't really use in an in-game playthrough anyway, so that doesn't matter that much, but the ability thing really hurts. Specifically, it really hurts Regigigas, who for whatever reason still has slow start. Game Freak has no mercy. We'll talk more about it when we actually get to Regigigas, but I mean, you can already guess how Regigigas is gonna fare. Let's talk about stats in this game, because they're really weird. As far as I understand it, stat totals haven't really changed, but stats in this game are kind of front-loaded. That is to say that you get more stats at an earlier level, and fewer stats as a bonus for leveling up, which is why you can get absolutely destroyed by a Pokemon that's only like... I messed that up. let's talk about stats in this game because they're kind of weird. As far as I understand it, and feel free to, well, actually me in the chat if I'm wrong, that's why you guys are here. Stats are kind of front-loaded in this game, which is to say you get a lot more just for being a Pokemon as opposed to leveling up. So the stat difference between a level 1 Pokemon and, say, a level 30 Pokemon is much smaller than it would be in the mainline games, which is why you can get absolutely destroyed by a Pokemon that is several dozen levels before you. I messed that up. Let's talk about stats in this game, because they're kind of weird. As far as I understand it, and feel free to well actually me in the chat, stats are kind of front-loaded in this game, which is to say that you get a lot more stats for actually just existing and being a certain species, as opposed to actually leveling up, which is to say that there's a much smaller difference between, say, a level 1 Driftblim and a level 30 Driftblim than you would encounter in the actual game. So that's why you get absolutely destroyed by a Pokemon that's like several levels below you. It's because you don't actually get that many stats for leveling up. You mostly get stats for just like being a Pokemon. I think that take will work. We did it, guys. $1 donation from Duncan. Dunkathan Salt with no explanation. Thank you. Let's talk about stats in this game, because they're kind of weird. Sorry, guys. So whenever I, like, repeat something that you've already heard, it's because that's going to be what's going in the premium edit. I think that'll work. Yeah, a succinct way to say that would be, levels don't influence stats as much. Higher leveled Pokemon have less of an advantage over lower leveled Pokemon than in other games. Did I come up with that myself, or did I steal it from the chat? The premium edit will never know, because I'm cutting this part out. Let's talk about turn order, because it's nonsense. Or at least it feels like nonsense with the information the game actually gives you. So the turn order, at the moment you actually select your move, is not a lie. The issue is that, of course, what your opponent does on their turn then affects the turn order, which is why it feels unfair. So let's say that you're in a situation where you get a move and your opponent gets a move, and you know that you can survive a hit, so you decide to go ahead with whatever you were going to do. And then your opponent uses... I messed that up. We're going to have to do that again. Let's talk about turn order. So turn order in this game feels really unfair because the game doesn't show you what's actually happening behind the scenes. The main reason I think it feels like you're being cheated is because all moves have a move speed, even though they don't tell you that. So let's say you're looking at the turn order. You get one move, your opponent gets one move. You act. Then your opponent uses Bite, and then they get to go again. I messed that up. I'm sorry, guys. It's a lot of stuff to try and explain at once. But yeah, basically there's hidden move speeds that they don't show you, which makes it really confusing. Let's talk about turn order, because it's really confusing and kind of, sort of, deceptive. So at the moment when you select a move, it's not a lie. And then based on information you're not shown, it very quickly becomes nonsense. So from what I can tell, all moves in the game have like an action speed, except they don't tell you that. So it feels really unfair. So let's say that you're in a situation where you get a move and then your opponent gets a move. At the moment you select your move, that's true. But then let's say your opponent uses, say, Bite. As far as I can tell, Bite actually has high action speed. Either that or it lowers your action speed. I don't know, because it doesn't tell you. All I know is that when your opponent uses Bite, even if they didn't agile style it, they might get two moves. And it doesn't say this anywhere. What a great game. That's a take I think we can use. I think how it works is that generally moves that inflict, like, flinch tend to have high move speed, but it just doesn't tell you this anywhere. There's also the matter of agile style and strong style. So agile style reduces your move power, and I believe it also reduces the... I have to do that again. There's also the matter of agile style and strong style. So agile style reduces your move power, and I believe it also reduces the chance of inflicting secondary effects like burn. Strong style increases your move power, also increases the chance of secondary effects, and increases the accuracy of a move, but it lowers your move order. Now, you might be thinking, if you're watching this live, oh, did Cheese forget to say that Agile Style increases your move speed? No, I didn't forget. Does it actually increase your move speed? I've never seen it. It seems like the move speed bonus you get from Agile Style is way, way lower than the penalty you get from Strong Style. Because if you Agile Style and you're on a fast Pokemon, you'll maybe get an extra turn, like 3 turns later. Whereas if you Strong Style a move pretty much ever, you're about to get double attacked. In my experience, and I think in most of your experiences as well. I think that's an okay explanation for the styles. Anything that I forgot? Some moves actually... Oh yeah, I should add this in. So, some moves actually say they influence move priority. Like, for example, Quick Attack, like most priority moves, say they increase your turn order. Makes sense there. And certain moves like Bulldoze say they'll lower the enemy turn order. And I think also, Hisuian Electrode's signature move, Chloroblast, also says it has low move speed. But moves that say nothing also affect turn order, so I don't know why they do that. Okay. Oh, I should also talk about how the styles affect length. Yeah, that's a good idea. Also, whether you use Agile or Strong Style affects how long status lasts for. So if you Agile Style, say, Calm Mind, the boost lasts for less time than if you were to Strong Style Calm Mind. Okay, I think I can stitch that all together to explain the battle system. Okay, I think that works. Last thing I want to talk about before we actually get into the tier list. How far in are we? How long have we been going? Does it show? Oh, almost an hour. We haven't ranked a single Pokemon. Whoops. What am I gonna say? I'm gonna stare wide-eyed at the camera until I remember. Oh, moves. Right, that's what I wanted to say. Move pools in this game are very different compared to the base game. A lot of moves have been culled, just removed. Most baffling to me is Earthquake. Earthquake is not in this game for whatever reason. Garchomp is really sad about that, but, I mean, spoilers, he's still pretty good. I don't know why they got rid of a ton of moves. I guess they didn't really fit. We're gonna have to redo that again. Whoops. I think the actual ranking will maybe only take 2 to 3 hours. We gotta talk about the cold moves. I'm gonna mention statuses. Oh, there's new status effects. I don't think they really matter that much. We'll mention that now. Status effects have been slightly reworked. Confusion is completely gone, as is Freeze. Confusion has sort of been folded into Drowsy, which is the new sleep status. It gives you a 50% chance to lose your turn instead of losing your turn guaranteed, and you also take more damage. And Freeze has been replaced by Frostbite, which is basically a special version of Burn. It does a small amount of damage at the end of your turn, and it reduces your special attack. Toxic Poison, I think, is actually gone. It's just regular poison. Status moves are basically mostly used to weaken Pokemon for capture, and also to power up the massive amount of Hex clones in this game. I think there's actually 4. There's a Hex, there's Bitter Malice, there's Infernal Parade, and then there's a Barb Barrage. Why are there so many Hex clones? What the hex is going on? That was a good take. Dumb. Oh, and Venoshock. Yeah, I forgot one. Of course I forgot one. Do we actually get to 6 Hex clones? Because then we have Hex clones. Hex means 6? I don't think we actually reached that. Whoops. Yeah, also Venoshock. Well, no, Venoshock is not a Hex clone, right? Because Venoshock is only poison, so Venoshock doesn't count. Sneasler's signature move? Sneasler's signature move is not a Hex clone, right? It just inflicts a bunch of statuses. It's kind of like Tri-Attack. Okay, really last thing before we get into ranking are the move pools in this game are really different. A lot of moves have been culled. Most baffling to me, moves like Waterfall and Earthquake, like serious staple moves, are just gone. Several Pokemon have no real option for reliable 100% accurate attacks. Some Pokemon are just, like Hisuian Samurott, for example, are stuck with their best physical water move option as Aqua Tail, which has imperfect accuracy. I think they did this to incentivize you to use Strong Style. I don't really like it, but the different move pools are definitely going to affect the placement of quite a few Pokemon. Garchomp, for example, really wishes it had Earthquake and unnerfed, or I guess unreworked, Outrage. We'll talk about it in detail when we get to Pokemon who are actually affected, but just be ready for that. I think that take works. Okay. Whew. Alright, almost an hour in. How about we actually rank some Pokemon? I think we can do it. Any last comments from people? Considering, like, tier criteria. Otherwise, we're gonna get started. The game's combat system is really wacky. I don't really like it. Oh, I didn't talk about multi-battles. I have to talk about that. I have to talk about that. Multi-battles are in this game, although I don't really know if I would... Gotta do that again. Oh, I got it. Okay, here we go. Multi-battles are in this game, although I don't really know if I would call them battles so much as just bullying, because you can never send out multiple Pokemon. It'll typically be a 1v3 where you just have to kind of sit there and then take it. It's horrible, and there's nothing you can do about it. There's no spread moves. Pretty much the best thing you can do is send out a fast and strong Pokemon and hope to KO one Pokemon, then you die. And then your next Pokemon can hopefully take out another one of the enemies, and then maybe die, and then your third Pokemon can hopefully finish the battle. Fun and interactive. It's horrible. That'll work. Dude, can I say, why are your thumbnails so cursed? Why don't you appreciate my artistic vision, bro? I work hard on those. It's because I resigned myself to the fact that I can't make actual artistic thumbnails, so I just make them cursed, bro. Last thing, I promise. Here's something you've never heard me say in a Pokemon tier list. Fast offensive Pokemon are good, and slow defensive Pokemon are worthless. It's even worse in this game because, at least in the mainline games, slow defensive Pokemon can eventually win. Like, you can eventually sort of whittle down your opponent until you come out on top. That's not going to happen here, because in the mainline games, being slow means you go second. Here, being slow means you go third because you're going to get doubled, which makes your defense even more worthless than it is anyway, since everything in this game does a zillion damage. Didn't forget anything there. That take will work. I think the thumbnail for this stream is unironically one of your better ones. I agree. I think this stream thumbnail is pretty good. Yeah, defensive Pokemon in this game just suck. One thing that's important to note is that you can turn... Gotta do that again. One thing that's important to note is that you can turn offense into defense, but not really the other way around in this game. Because if you're really fast, you can use either Calm Mind or Bulk Up to raise both your attack and defense at once. But if you're slow, you don't get the turns to be able to do that. So speed is really, really important in this game. So speed, important in a Pokemon game. More news at 11. I think we've done it. Okay. It's time to rank some Pokemon, guys. Imagine that. Whew. Deep breath. Is that a Pokemon move? It's not, right? Let's do it. Alright, if you're watching the premium edits, you're lucky, because the actual live viewers have been listening to me ramble for about an hour before we rank a single Pokemon. It's time to get started. Starting with Hyswien Decidueye. So Hyswien Decidueye has a really cool aesthetic. I mean, aesthetics never matter, but we're gonna weeb out real early. So Hyswien Decidueye is actually styled after a Ronin. I guess if you were to pronounce it in Japanese, it'd be close to Ronin. So Ronin, if you say it in English, is typically called... Gotta do that again. Whoops! Sorry, guys. I'm really tired. Here we go. Alright, if you're watching the premium edit, you're lucky, because I've been rambling for about an hour without ranking a single Pokemon. Let's get started. So we're gonna start with the very first member of the Hisuian Dex, the Rowlet Family, which caps off with Hyswien Decidueye. Looks really cool. Aesthetics don't count, they never do in these lists, but Hyswien Decidueye is modeled after a Ronin. In English, it's often translated as Masterless Samurai, which sounds really cool, but it's not masterless as in above masters, it's masterless as in unemployed. Right? Because being samurai, it was both a social class and it was a job. If you didn't have a master as a samurai, nobody was paying you. And how fitting that Hyswien Decidueye is modeled after an unemployed samurai, because I'm not employing this thing. It is easily the worst out of the Hisuian starters. It is not good. I don't think it's so bad that it goes in Why Bother, but man, this thing is underwhelming. The typing is okay. Grass fighting is fine. It's nothing to write home about. But the real issue is that this thing is slow as balls. It is dirt slow in a game where speed really matters. Its signature move, Triple Axle, is okay. I mean, it's neat, but for the most part, you don't really bother with setup moves or moves that alter your stats. Its signature move, Its signature move, Triple Arrows, is okay. I mean, it looks cool, but for the most part, rather than alter your opponent's stats, you want to just buff your own with either Calm Mind or Bulk Up and then start destroying things. And boosting your crit just is worthless. Crits have not been good since they were nerfed in Gen 6. Anything else to say about Hyswien Decidueye? I think that's everything. Another definition of Ronin in contemporary culture is it's people that have graduated from college in Japan, but have not yet found a job. So it's a very romanticized way to say unemployed. Yeah. I think it's also worth noting that out of the Hisuian starters, this is by far the worst against Giratina. It doesn't really do anything to it except a slow Shadow Claw, and you can do much better than that. Hyswien Decidueye. Meh. Why does Decidueye have a hat? Because Ronin has straw hats, bro. Also, its signature move gives it turn priority. Well, I didn't know that. Would have been nice if it said that anywhere in the game. Whoops. Okay, I think that's it for Hisuian Decidueye. Hisuian Lilligant better than Decidueye? Yeah, we're gonna talk about that when we get to Hisuian Lilligant. Okay. After Triple Arrow, it makes Leaf Blade 100% crit. Oh, that's cute. Not good, though. Hisuian Typhlosion. I think some people don't like this thing, probably because when it was first leaked, they didn't see the flames. And to be fair, without the flames, it looks kind of lame, but with the flames, A+. I think this thing actually is very useful. It's probably the best fire type in the game, and also maybe the best ghost type in the game, which is a good thing, because both those things are really good. It's decently fast, and it does a lot of damage, while having two very useful stab types, and it's with you for the entire game. Its signature move, Infernal Parade, is one of the Hex clones, and if you manage to status Giratina, you can then absolutely blow it up with Infernal Parade. So I think Hisuian Typhlosion, it gets an A in my heart, and also a placement in the highest tier. Any arguments? Ooh, that's important to mention. Ghost type is especially useful. Ghost type is especially useful in this game because Ghost type is especially useful in this game because every single Pokemon is playing the learn double, I messed that up. Ghost type is especially useful in this game because the entire development, oh my god, tired? Ghost type is especially useful in this game because Game Freak was playing the don't learn double edge challenge impossible difficulty. It feels like every single Pokemon in this game has double edge and they're just spamming it. And as far as I can tell, wild Pokemon don't necessarily choose their moves, they kind of just use them randomly. So there's a good chance that if you're a ghost type, your opponent will just waste their turn on double edge because they all have it. And they might just completely waste their turn against you. Yeah, ghost type moves are also just really good in general offensively since the steel nerf. Wouldn't judge you if you wanted to restart after a morning nap. I mean, we're already well underway. We can finish it. Okay, anything else to add about Hisuian Typhlosion? I think we covered most of the bases. It's great that Typhlosion is finally good now. Yeah, I'm happy about it too. Isn't Typhlosion the only thing in the game that learns Overheat? I'm not sure about that. Okay, I think we're done with Hisuian Typhlosion. Alright. Hisuian Samurott. I think a really disappointing design. It's just Samurott with edgy nail polish. But regardless of that, this thing is pretty good. I think it definitely goes... I messed that up. Hisuian Samurott. Kind of a disappointing design in my opinion. It's basically just Samurott with edgy nail polish. It's still quadrupedal. Game Freak, please. You had a chance of redemption. You didn't do it. But you know, ignoring its design, it's really good. It's really good. I think it's actually, you could argue that it's better than Hisuian Typhlosion. Stats-wise, it's a little bit slower, but its signature move, Ceaseless Edge, is a dark type Stealth Rock. And how Stealth Rock works in this game is it's basically an end of turn damage move that is affected by type. So, what is the most dangerous Pokemon in the entire game that is weak to happens to be weak to Ceaseless Edge? Oh, it's Giratina. Well, that's useful. And aside from that, it's just a water type. Water type is really good. And it's a dark type. Dark is pretty good on offense. And offense is what matters in this game. So, overall, Hisui and Samurott, pretty useful. Any comments about Hisuian Samurott? That's what this thing is called. Why don't people like Samurott being on all fours? It doesn't really fit with the first two members of the evolution line, and I think it just looks kind of lame, because sometimes it stands up on its hind legs to actually use its swords. Why in the world is it on 4 legs? His speed is also good. I wouldn't call it good, it's just not awful. Gets a bunch of random coverage. Should have Razor Shell. Famous 4-legged samurai, yeah. Just looks like Walrein. Fun fact, the swords are called scimitars? That is a fun fact. Another fun fact, I guess, its signature move's Japanese name is Hiken Chinami, which is secret. How do we say that? I messed that up. Oh, don't forget to change the stats. Oh, yeah. Actually, I might just hide the stats because they're not really doing anything. I'll pull the stats up if I actually look at them. Another fun fact, so the Japanese name of its signature move, Ceaseless Edge, is Hiken Chinami, which is Secret Blade, 1,000 Waves. I guess it was just too long, so became Ceaseless Edge. Sure. Okay. Next. So fragile, though, in special defense. Well, you're never going to be getting hit. Ideally. Bro, I love your voice. Thank you. Cutting that from the video, though. Oh. Okay. Bibarel. In a world where hidden moves don't exist, I believe... I forgot his name. The train dude. What's his name? Elliot? Ingo. Who's Elliot? Ingo even says that hidden moves don't exist in Hisui. What a great place to live. I wonder what happened to make this place into Sinnoh. But in a world without hidden machines, Bibarel really doesn't have a use. It's just got very, very, very lackluster stats in a game where you have so many better options available pretty early. So, honestly, I'm even inclined to put this in Why Bother, but I think because you get it right at the beginning of the game, it's literally the first Pokemon you catch. We'll put it in the very bottom of meh, but I don't really think there's a reason to use this. It doesn't really bring anything exceptional. If it had the ability Simple, maybe. But it simply doesn't. Okay. Okay, yeah. A fun thing you can do with Bibarel is a Giga meme where you catch a bunch of Bibarel and use them as a bridge to cross water. Does that actually count in Bibarel's favor? No. Not on this list, anyway. Okay, any other comments for Bibarel? Fun fact, in new TCG set, Samurott has an attack named Zangetsu Star. What does that mean? I wish I could see the kanji, but I'm guessing that's... I don't know. I don't know. You can catch an early alpha with Thunderbolt to beat Cleavor. An early alpha Bibarel with Thunderbolt? What does Thunderbolt do against Kleavor? Am I missing something? Why in the world does Thunderbolt on Bibarel help you defeat Kleavor? Am I missing something? Bottom of useful for capture. Why? What about Bibarel makes it useful for capture? I feel like I'm in Bizarro. Oh, they mean Water Pulse. Okay. I should mention the alpha at least. There is an alpha Bibarel that you basically run right into on the way to Kleavor's arena, but it's only like level 18, and alpha Pokemon don't really have that many advantages over regular Pokemon, aside from being higher leveled, and alpha Bibarel really isn't, so I don't think it's worth that much. Isn't he the first Mon with an actual Ice-type move? You can also get Ice Fang on Luxray, I think. Your stream is lagging. Hopefully it's just you. Is the stream lagging for anybody else? Alpha. All Pokemon are betas when compared to Onix! Well, that's true, because Onix actually has alphas for both of its forms. Okay. Done with Bibarel. Staraptor. Staraptor good in a Gen 4 adjacent game? I don't believe it. I do believe it. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah, Staraptor, as is tradition, is good. It's decently fast. It's got great attack, and its move pool isn't expansive, but it has the moves it needs, right? It can double edge you, it can brave bird you, it can close combat you, and you can actually sort of, kind of stall with it because it gets Roost. I don't know what else you're going to put in your last move slot, you may as well Roost. Staraptor is good, more at 11. I guess all the news happens at 11. I'd probably put this a little bit lower, except that it is basically at the very start of the game. Otherwise, I'd probably just put it in useful combat. Talk about how good having flying typing is. Is it particularly good? Why? That's a serious question. Why is flying typing particularly good in your opinion? It's okay. Ground immunity is huge? Why? Ground got giga nerfed in this game, no earthquake. Oh, okay. That's a good line. Because ground types are busted without levitate? Maybe that's why they nerfed ground so heavily. You might even say Staraptor is good in close combat. There's also an Alpha Staravia you can get pretty early. It's... What are the directions? It's either east or west. It's west. It's west of the second camp, the sort of central camp in Obsidian Fieldlands. You can pick up, I think, a level 32-ish Alpha Staravia, if you feel so inclined, and pretty much evolves right away. Thanks for mentioning that. Ground got giga nerfed. Levitate doesn't exist. That's a great buff. Earthquake also doesn't exist. That's an even worse nerf. Weast. Sorry, I thought you said Weast. No, ground I don't think is that good in this game. Mostly because part of the reason why ground is amazing is because it has the best move ever, Earthquake, which is not in the game. Whoops. Honestly, I think they might have cut Earthquake only because they didn't want to animate it. Well, they barely animated anything, so I don't know if that's an excuse. not wanting to animate didn't seem to stop them from putting in other moves. Okay. I think we're done with Staraptor. There is Headlong Rush. We'll talk about that when we get to the Pokemon that can actually use it. Luxray. This thing's really good. I think it's actually even better than it is in the mainline games. In the mainline games, it's solid. I think here in Legends, it's one of the best Pokemon, which is very strange to say about a filthy pure type. I really wish this was a dual type. But you get it right at the beginning of the game. Really good attack. Okay speed. The speed is a little sus, but what I think really sets it apart is that it still doesn't have that many great electric physical options, but because moves overall kind of suck in this game, Wild Charge being kind of bad is still good relative to all the other nerfed moves. And it's biting everything. It gets Crunch, it gets all the Elemental Fangs really early, and if you want to catch things, you get Thunder Wave. So this is the first of the Pokemon in useful that I think is actually useful for both combat and capture, and is available super early and good throughout the entire game. That's quite a resume. Luxray, doing well. Any other points in favor of Luxray or against it? High horsepower isn't 100 accuracy, is it? I don't think it is. One out of 10 no Farfetch'd. The game or the tier list? Ooh, I should mention the alphas. That's a good idea, yeah. Luxray also has the distinction of having multiple alphas easily available. There's an alpha Luxio pretty much exactly west of your very first starting camp. It's probably too high level for you to go catch it immediately, but you can also get an alpha Luxray in Coronet Highlands. So you've got alpha options if you don't want to grind one up and you just want to catch a high leveled one right away. Okay, I think that's everything for Luxray. Good Pokemon. There's another alpha at 45 south of Lake Verity. Is that always an alpha? That's the area with Alpha Alakazam, right? Elemental Fangs are not egg moves anymore. Right. So you can very easily get them from the tutor. There are tons of evolved Luxio and Luxray, that's true. And I know that after you defeat the noble of an area, I think every Pokemon has a chance to just be an alpha. Okay, done with Luxray. Dustox plays a very prominent role in the wonderfully crafted side quests in this game. Sarcasm, by the way. The side quests in this game absolutely blow chunks, but one of the few in the game that's like kind of fun to work through is the Wurmple one. You gotta talk to Wurmple, and eventually becomes a Dustox. So in that sense, Dustox gets its moment in the sun, even though it's like a nighttime Pokemon. But as far as actually using it on your team in game, honestly, why bother? I think this thing is kind of crap. Can anybody think of anything in defense of Dustox? I mean, it's available early, but garbage stats, no scaling, bad typing. I can't really... Does it get the powders? I know Beautifly does, and I know Dustox gets poison powder. Looks like a job for a quick Bulbapedia search. Dustox, right? Here we go, Dustox. Let's see if it gets the powder. I know it gets poison powder. So I'm looking it up right now. So in Legends Arceus it gets no powders. And it gets Psychic. It doesn't actually say what level it gets it. But it's the last one in its learn set, so I don't think that's early. Anime only moves. Stun Spore. Maybe it gets it as a tutor move? Can I see that? Hello? Bulbapedia, please. Oh, I was looking at the wrong, move list, sorry. So, by level up, I guess it gets Confusion kinda early. And it gets Poison Powder, that's the only one. And at level 34, it gets Extra Sensory. Ugh. And by tutoring, it gets nothing useful. Yeah, this thing sucks. Why bother? Yeah, no justice for Eugene. Sorry, why bother? Garbage. Yeah, that's it for Dustox, I think. Okay. Beautifly. Well, it's better than Dustox. It's still not great, but this at least gets Stun Spore, which is much better than Poison Powder, so we can put in useful for capture, and early on you can kind of sort of fight with it. Like, it's not the worst thing ever. You can hit it with Air Cutter, Bug Buzz eventually. I'm trying to find positive things to say. Stun Spore alone is why it gets to being useful. 100 base special attack. It's okay. I mean, it's very quickly outclassed by a zillion things, but hey, at least you can Stun Spore things. And its speed is okay. Outclassed by Vespiquen? I think so, except I think it's actually better because you get this earlier, and Vespiquen doesn't have powders. In Rapidash section, talk about guaranteed shiny. That doesn't matter, no. Oh. Neither Beautifly nor Dustox have any static alphas, which is really unfortunate. Yeah, I don't think anybody's too upset about Beautifly in just useful for capture. Okay. Rapidash. Well, Ponyta is available right at the beginning of the game, right next to a Giga Chad Alpha Rapidash. The thing is, by the time you can actually capture the Rapidash, you can also capture a bunch of other alphas that are all way better. I think that the Ponyta line in general is just very underwhelming. It's a pure type, which is not good. Fire type is good, but you basically just get fire moves off of an okay attack stat, and 105 speed is fine. I mean, it's actually pretty good, but you'd think that a Pokemon named Rapidash would be a little bit faster, huh? Why isn't this like 120 speed? Come on. It's okay. I think we're gonna put it in below Hyswien Decidueye, and yeah, Ponyta is Garbo and doesn't evolve until a very high level. So really, if you're gonna use Rapidash, you should just catch the alpha. I would put it in meh. If you care about this sort of thing, you can catch... Well, if you care about this sort of thing, there's a guaranteed shiny that you get as part of a quest. But because it's guaranteed, the fact that it's shiny is not special, right? So what's the point? I used Rapidash until the end, and it was always useful. I mean, it's okay. That's why it goes in meh. Okay, I think that's it. Oh, I never talked about Grit. I should do that. Remind me at the end of the tier list to talk about Grit, because I have to put that explanation at the beginning of the video. So please make a memo. Somebody remind me at the end to talk about Grit. Oh, it gets hypnosis? Oh, okay. Thank you. Rapidash get... Oh, okay. So, somebody in chat reminded me, Rapidash gets hypnosis, which is 80% accurate in this game. So, I mean, if it has hypnosis, there you go. It's useful for capture. Congratulations, Rapidash. You did it. Pretty much, if you get a sleeper paralysis inflicting move, you get to being useful for capture. Okay, I think that's it for Rapidash, right? Okay. Eeveelutions. I think this is the first tier list ever where we're going to talk about all of the Eeveelutions. Which is crazy to me. Because they're actually all in this game. I mean, we've never done a list past tier 6, so... tier 6, uh-oh. I'd love to go back earlier in the live to see why Decidueye is so low. Because it's slow. It's super slow. That's why. Eeveelutions. So I think this is the first time we're ever going to talk about all of the Eeveelutions, because we've never actually done a Gen 6 or beyond tier list. I know people really love Well, that's... I'm going to have to redo that. Whoops. Eeveelutions. I think this is the first time we've ever talked about all Eeveelutions in a tier list, because we've never done a Gen 6 or beyond tier list. I know people really love Eeveelutions. I don't. They're all pure types. Filthy pure types, which is really unfortunate. Once upon a time, back in the day, Jolteon, Espeon, and Vaporeon were like kind of okay, and Sylveon is still kind of okay in like VGC, because Hyper Voice hits both opponents. But in most contexts, the Eeveelutions are just not good, and that holds true for this game too, so get ready to unsubscribe, because none of these are doing that well. We're not going to talk too much about each one, but... Why is Umbreon so far after Espeon? Oh, because the order got messed up. Don't worry about that. Alright, so Vaporeon, meh. I mean, one thing to note is that evolving the Eeveelutions is kind of annoying, because the stones... You can get either in distortions, or you can mine them randomly from ore deposits, or you can spend merit points from collecting satchels to kind of evolve them. The most reliable one is actually Leafeon, because you can evolve it at the Mossy Rock, which is right in the first area. But you also have to catch Eevee in the first place, which is really annoying. Because it's pretty rare in the Fieldlands. It's pretty common in Distortions, but Distortions themselves are really annoying to trigger. So we'll talk about each one just briefly. Oh, you can also dig them up with Ursuluda, talking about the stones. We'll talk about each one just briefly. So Vaporeon is very meh. It's slow and defensive in a game where slow and defensive is bad. But hey, at least it's water type. I mean, that's pretty good. Glaceon, oh, I mean, it's a slow ice type, which you probably cannot get until the end of the game because the actual ice rock that you use to evolve it is in Alabaster Icelands, but you can go ahead and evolve it with a Merit Points Ice Stone. It's very whatever, it's a slow ice type, who cares, but I mean, it's got good special attack. Are you ever going to get a turn with your low speed? Probably not, whoops. Flareon, it's got really good attack, and it's a fire type, I mean, those are good things. It's really slow, though. Whoops. I mean, it's probably better than Glaceon. Maybe. It's fluffy. Oh, yeah, and there's no surf in this game, so that really sucks for Vaporeon. I think its best water move is, like, Aqua Tail. You can Water Pulse, I guess. Disgusting. Jolteon, it's really fast, and it Thunderbolts. I mean, that's pretty good. And you can get a Kana early? It's probably the best of those. We'll put Espeon with it, because it's basically the same, except slightly slower and slightly stronger, and it uses Psychic attacks. What are you going to do other than Psychic attacks with Espeon? I guess you can maybe Shadow Ball. What are you going to do other than Electric attacks with Jolteon? Nothing. Espeon might be a little better. Flare Blitz is in this game, right? Or does it only get Fire Fang? Talking about Flareon. Espeon has Shadow Ball and Mystical Fire. Oh, okay, so you can Mystical Fire with Espeon, okay. Flareon only gets it. Oh my god. Flareon only gets Fire Fang. F's in chat for Flareon, Fire, and Fang. Oof. Triple F. That's so unfortunate. Umbreon is actually really good early on because of its high bulk and calm mind, also high priority baby doll eyes. You're not going to like what I have to say about Umbreon. Leafeon, I mean, grass is ass. What else is new? At least you can get it early, but slow. Best stat is defense, and it has okay attack, but it's grass type, so what are you actually going to do? Nothing. Unfortunate. Sorry, Leafeon. Sylveon is by far the best evolution. I think it actually goes in useful for combat because it's a fairy type, and fairy is giga OP as a typing. It's also really good against the most difficult battle in the game against the super boss because it beats both Garchomp and Giratina. So, because you can get it Kana early, all you need is Friendship, which you can easily do by just spamming Gathering Nodes. And you can evolve it as long as it knows baby doll eyes, I think, and likes you. It'll become Sylveon. Sylveon basically only does fairy attacks, but hey, fairy's pretty good. Espeon should be in good for combat. You know what? With the amount of coverage it gets, sure. We'll put Espeon in good for combat as well. Leafeon can't even get an F. Well, I mean, there is an F in the middle of Leafeon, right? Go ahead and put some Fs for Leafeon. Oh, we didn't rank Umbreon. Umbreon actually sucks. Umbreon is actually garbage. Honestly, I'm tempted to put it in Why Bother. It's a really slow defensive Pokemon in a game where really slow defensive Pokemon are bad. Does anybody have anything to say that can save Umbreon? I don't think so. Wall. No. But my power shift. So I'm going to spend one of my very limited turns to power shift so that I can maybe kind of do damage. No. Better than Flareon? Not a chance. It's actually worse, because Flareon actually does damage. It's not worse than Vaporeon? Most of Umbreon's attacks either give it priority or lower the priority of the opponent, so it's not as slow as it seems. What are these moves that you speak of? Baby doll eyes? Why would you ever use that? More like Poopyon, am I right? I mean, it's not that bad. Snarl is pretty good. I mean, it doesn't do anything. Crunch? Ugh. Dark Pulse off of base 60 special attack. Yeah, it's bad. Yeah. Yeah, I think Umbreon is just... We'll put it this way so people don't get too mad. Umbreon is not well suited to the mechanics of this game. And that's why it's in Why Bother. Sorry, Umbreon. Quick Attack, Calm Mind give priority, and I'm certain Dark Pulse also lowers priority. I mean, Quick Attack does basically nothing. Calm Mind, I guess, but all the other Eeveelutions can also Calm Mind. It's not really a point in Umbreon's favor. And I don't think Dark Pulse lowers priority. I don't think that's true. Alright. Yeah, that's it for the Eeveelutions. Crobat. It's really fast. So it goes first. And it goes second because speed matters a lot in this game. What does it actually do? That's a good question. Its move pool, unfortunately, is really lacking. I'm conflicted on where to put this. I think because it's so fast, it goes first and second, and then what? Cross Poison is decent, though. Is it? It's a poison move. Poison sucks. You get, like, you get Cross Poison, you get, like, Leech Life, and I guess... Does it get Brave Bird in this game? I guess that's the deal breaker. Does it get Brave Bird or not? Time to look it up. Here we go. So, Crobat in Legends. I don't know if it gets Brave Bird. I don't think it does, unfortunately. At least it doesn't through level up. Otherwise, I'd have it already because I'm using Crobat. Legends Arceus level up. It doesn't get it through level up. Does it get it through tutoring? It does. Hello, where are the tutors? Bulbapedia, please. It does not. Whoops. Oh, that's unfortunate. You have to tutor it a physical flying move as well. What do we do with this? Does it have hypnosis? If it has hypnosis... Oh, it does. Alright, you know what? Considering that... Congratulations, Crobat. I think it actually goes in just overall useful because it is insanely fast, which means you get many, many turns. You can inflict status, so there's your useful for capture. You're available early, so... that's good, and I mean, the offenses aren't great, but they're okay, and you get to hit multiple times, so that kind of makes up for it. Really wishes you could get Brave Bird, but, I mean, you can make do with what you have. And honestly, like, defensively, it's okay. Like, it's decently bulky, which is more than you can say for most Pokemon that are as fast as Crobat is, so... Congratulations, Crobat. You're probably never placing this high in a tier list again, because speed I don't think is ever as broken as it is in this game, but good job. Wouldn't this be the first game to have almost everything rankable, since the post-game is just the main game part 2? Yeah, I think most things... I don't think there's really any unrankable Pokemon except Arceus. Although the genies are basically post-game, because you can only use them against Arceus. Good job, Crobat. Why is Rapidash only useful for capture? It's got a really good move pool. What are these good moves that you speak of? Oh, Jolteon gets T-Wave? Oh, okay. Congratulations, Jolteon. Wild Charge, Poison Jab, High Horsepower, Flare Blitz. Jolteon does not have T-Wave. I'm sorry, Jolteon. Does it have it or not? Let's check. Oh, it looks like people are saying it doesn't get it. Whoops. Miguel said, so Wild Charge, Poison Jab, High Horsepower, Flare Blitz. This is for Rapidash. So I guess you could run Wild Charge, High Horsepower, Flare Blitz, and Hypnosis. I mean, that's pretty useful. Do we move Rapidash up? Nah, Rapidash blows. It's what, like 100 attack? Vaporeon should also be in Why Bother? Maybe. I don't think it's that bad. No, leave Rapidash where it is. Oh, okay. With Alphamon, you can get a Rapidash really easily without the Ponyta grind. I think we mentioned that. Okay. Alright, not many people come into the defense Rapidash. Some people, but I think the majority are against it. Vaporeon with only Aqua Tail is not better than Umbreon. I think it's pretty much just, I mean, okay, we should move Vaporeon down here. It's like barely not in Not Bother. Flare Blitz is great because your opponent can finish you off with an agile move and then hit your next Pokemon. This guy, Dragon Mist 19X, very vehemently defending Rapidash. Put Vaporeon in C tier. SEA C tier. Unfortunately, not one in this. There's no C tier in this list. Flare Blitz isn't in the game. It definitely is, right? Flare Blitz is definitely in this game. I've used it. Honestly, after only having Rapidash as a fire type in BDSP, I never want to see it again. Yeah, Raging Fury is here, but Raging Fury is like a fire type outrage. Oh, Flare Blitz is in the game, but Rapidash doesn't get until like level 60. Oh, okay. Alright, I don't think Rapidash is moving up, but I could see the argument for it. I think that's enough for Rapidash. Rapidash. More like rapid ass. Okay. Alright. Here's my question. Where did all the fire types in history go? Were they hunted to extinction before Sinnoh? Well, so what are the fire types that are actually in this game? There's Rapidash, there's Infernape, Arcanine, Magmortar. And I guess you can kind of stretch it to Rotom Heat and Heatran. Who knows? Who knows where they went? Oh, Vulpix as well. Oh, and Flareon. And Typhlosion. Oh, there actually are fire types. Where did they go? Game Freak, please. Where did they go? Alright, moving on. Driftblim. I challenge you not to find one of these. They're absolutely everywhere. I don't think there are any static alpha spawns, but you don't really need one. So this is definitely a useful capture Pokemon. It's a ghost type, which, as we mentioned before, is really good because a lot of Pokemon just spam normal moves that completely don't affect you. Stats-wise, it's like very meh, but I mean, it gets Hypnosis. So Hypnosis and a ghost type, that's on its own is pretty much enough for useful. It's not amazing or anything, but it's decent. You can put things to sleep or make them drowsy and then start hexing them, which is decent damage, or you can just try and capture them after making them drowsy. Sure. Not too exciting, but nothing really to hate here either. Oh, and you can Calm Mind, which is nice. Anything else to say about Driftblim? Why is this below Beautifly? There we go. You think it's useful overall? I think it's too slow and weak to be overall useful, unfortunately. Icy Wind, Mystic Fire, and Charge Beam early. Driftblim are great because you can see a shiny disappear in front of your eyes if you spot it a moment before morning. Whoops. I don't think it's higher than Good Capture, but you could see the case for higher. How did Driftblim... Yeah, how did Driftblim go from the most common Pokemon in the game, one of the most common, to a static only Friday in modern Sinnoh? I don't know, man. At least it keeps the kid population in check. Hey, we investigated that. It just wants to play, guys. Ran away with the fire types. Well, it is a hot air balloon. Haha, okay. I think that's a good comment to end Driftblim on. Okay. A Cricketune. Diddly whoop. I mean, it's fun. We all love Cricketune. We know where this goes, right? It's garbage. It's bad. Why would you ever use Cricketune? Can you give me a reason? You have 1 minute in chat. I lied. You have 15 seconds. Impossible challenge. It can't be done. I mean, garbage stats, garbage move pool. I was. Good early game since you get it as an alpha? No. No. Yeah, pretty much the best thing you can say about this is you're guaranteed to encounter the alpha since it's a story thing, and there's another one, like, right behind the mountain, I guess, south of the mountain. Whatever. Oh, it does have a sleep-inducing move? Does it? I'll just check that. Cricketune. Cricketune. Who? Oh my god. Just scrolling past its stats. Not in its level up moveset. Is it a tutor move? I mean, it gets rest, which inflicts drowsy on itself. Yeah, garbage. No. Alright. Floatzel. Really fast. Water type's good. Useful for combat. I think we'll put it above Espeon because it's easier to get. It doesn't get... I mean, Floatzel is really fast in a game where fast counts for a lot. Its offense is okay. I think it's good enough to get it into useful for combat, but I'm not that excited about it. But I mean, hey, fast water type can't be that bad, right? And you can bite a lot of stuff with elemental fangs, which is nice. Anything else to say about Floatzel? I don't want to hold Floatzel responsible for the sins of its pre-evolution. I mean, the Big Weasel quest is maybe the worst one in the entire game. It's close between that and the Cherim one. But I don't think we can hold that against Floatzel, because you don't have to do the quest, because most quests in this game are just boring and give you no useful rewards. Why would you use Floatzel when you can use Gyarados? Good question, because Gyarados is going to be higher up, but if you don't want to use Gyarados, Floatzel's fine. Everybody okay with Floatzel's placement? Okay. Good job, Floatzel. Alright, all of the Burmy evolutions. So there's actually 4 potential forms. We'll talk about Mothim first, because it's the easiest to talk about. Imagine being a bad version of Beautifly. Yikes. Yikes. Where does this go? Here, I guess? I don't think it gets any powder moves. Correct me if I'm wrong, now's your chance, but I don't think it gets any powder moves. So it's basically just... It has slightly better offenses than Beautifly, but, like, that's not saying much. This thing's garbage. Oh. Yeah, no powders. Okay, there's a few static alpha Mothim. Well, that doesn't save it. Why would you ever use this? Why would you ever use this? I have no clue. Horrible. But at least it's offensively minded. I mean, it definitely offends me. So that gets it to meh. Barely, I think. Why bother? Because it can kind of deal damage, maybe. It's just most other Pokemon deal way more damage. Yeah. Nobody weeps for Mothim. There we go. If you happen to be a female Burmy, you can evolve into one of 3 fantastic forms. You can become Grass Cloak Wormadam, so Grass Bug. You can become Sand Cloak, Ground Bug, or you can become Trash Cloak, which is Steel Bug. Trash is right, because all 3 of these are complete trash. Oh my goodness. By far the best one is Trash Cloak, but it's still bad. Holy moly, what are you doing with these things? Super slow. Doesn't do anything useful. Doesn't do anything useful. Why would you ever use this as your Steel Bug type when you could use Giga Chad Scizor? Garbage. And there's also the fact that Trash Cloak, which is the best one, is available the latest, right? It's not available until the 3rd area. And before then, you're stuck with these losers. Grass Cloak is underrated. I mean, the fact that I didn't just delete it from the list means I'm giving it more respect from it deserves. Complete garbage. That's actually worse than Cricketune, because, I mean, at least Cricketune is easy to get. Horrific. Am I saying the name wrong? Wormadam. Is Grass Bug the worst combo ever? It's one of them. I think there's a typing that's even worse, and it's on the list. We'll get there. Yeah, basically Grass Cloak is the best at being bad. So, unfortunately, that's not a plus on this list. Who cares if I'm saying the name wrong? It doesn't deserve to be pronounced right. That's true. But I'm not saying it wrong, right? Wormadam. So it's Wormadam, right? I don't think I'm saying it wrong, am I? Yeah, okay. So many people dissing bug types. Miguel, I know you really like Golisopod, but bug in general is not good. Don't worry, there's some good bug types. We'll get there. Alright. Golem. The Boulder! I really want it to be good. I want to put it in useful for combat, but it's just so slow. It's so slow. I think we're going to put it near the very top of meh. Basically, you have to backstrike with it and hope that you take the opponent out in one hit, which is possible because your attack is pretty good. Unfortunately, your best ground-type move is Bulldoze, which is really unfortunate. No high horsepower. So you're going to be using Bulldoze, Stone Edge, and I guess Elemental Punches, which, I mean, that's okay coverage, but man, this thing is slow. It does benefit from being pretty much everywhere. You can get an Alpha Graveler in the very first zone. It's just kind of rolling around near Orboro Tunnel. And later on, you can go ahead and pick up an Alpha Golem if you want, although it's in the same zone as Alpha Rhyperior, and spoiler alert, Alpha Rhyperior just kicks this thing's butt, almost literally, with the horseshoe, because it gets high horsepower and just has better stats. So Golem, I think, is a very solid meh Pokemon, I mean, because it's made of rock, but pretty much almost strictly outclassed by Rhyperior, unfortunately. But hey, Geodude is my mom's favorite Pokemon, so I can't do Golem that dirty. It's okay. Yeah, it was one of the best Pokemon in Gen 2 Johto, but yeah, in this game, it's kinda sus. Yes. Golem can use strong style self-destruct to deny the opponent a knockout. Yeah, I mean, that's a strategy. Is it a good one? Anything else to say about Golem? I think we're okay to move on, right? Okay. Getting the trading cable sucks? It's not that bad. It's not that bad. You can get it in like 3 or 4 minutes of focused gathering of bags. It's not that bad. Alright, Weirdeer. Slow. Which is really weird because it was specifically made for this game as a guy... okay, well, we'll start that again. Whoops. Weirdeer. Slow. which is weird because it was made for this game and is your ground mount that's supposed to let you go fast. And it has like 65 base speed. What? The evolution method is really annoying. You have to Agile style Psyshield Bash 20 times, and Psyshield Bash only has 10 PP, so you have to do at least 4 PP refreshes, and it only has 90 accuracy, so you're going to miss a fair amount. That's really annoying. So how good is Weirdeer once you actually get it? I mean, it's got okay mixed offenses. It's a normal psychic type. It's pretty meh. It's pretty meh. Does it get Hypnosis? I mean, if it gets Hypnosis, then we can maybe put it in useful for capture, because you can raise your own defenses and weaken the opponent using Psyshield Bash. So I think it goes in useful for capture. Barely. I'm not too excited about it, but hey, if you get a status move, I mean, that's something. The evolution method is pretty annoying, but I mean, if you're focused, you can do it in maybe like 5 to 10 minutes. Anything else to say about Weirdeer? I wish it was faster. Why is it so slow? It looks funny. I guess so. Why is Basculegion slower than Basculid 2? Who knows? Level 5 Vaporeon. I come back to the stream and see me in the meh tier. This is so sad. Yeah, there's no good special water moves in this game, man. At least Vaporeon doesn't get them. You're stuck with Aqua Tail. It's really unfortunate. Yeah, the only reason it's not in Meh is because it gets Hypnosis. Basculegion is slower because it's dead. That's okay. Alright. Snorlax. Cubbygon. Are there even non-alpha Snorlaxes in this game? I mean, maybe in the... Uh-oh, hang on. We're gonna have to redo this, because we've got steel types in the chat. Hang on. Let's see. Can I can ban that, right? Hang on. Hot girls and boys? Wow, what an offer. We gotta ban this. YouTube, please. Here we go. Have I done it? Oh, wow, I have all these different options for reporting. Let's do that. Oh, I can only select one at a time. Goodbye. Okay. Sorry about that. Well, nothing I can really do about that, but it's gone. It's the robot from PokeStar Studios. Steel types are really rare in this game, but not so rare in the chat, it seems. Let's see. Okay, so... Snorlax. There are apparently non-alpha Snorlax in the game. I've never seen them. I think you can find them in the Hot Spring in the last area or in Spatial Distortions. But, I mean, there's an alpha Snorlax right in the first area of the game. It's in, like, all the trailers. Everybody makes, like, memes about it because it's really easy to meme about a Snorlax with, like, glowing red eyes. It's really slow. That sucks. Otherwise, it would probably be useful for combat. The thing is, like, it's really slow, and in terms of combat, it's just, like, okay, right? It's just okay. You can use it to help make a video about potato mochi, And if you backstrike with it, you can maybe knock the opponent out before they start double or triple attacking you. This thing is dirt slow. I think we'll put it to actually below Golem. If you catch the alpha, it's fine. You can probably get in a good hit, but you do not want to be in an extended battle with this thing. Sad times for Snorlax. Anything else to say about it? I think the tankiness of Snorlax makes up for its speed. I disagree. Because in order to be tanky in this game, you also have to be fast. Because if you're slow, it means you're getting double or triple attacked. So your defensive stats don't really matter. Like, to be tanky in this game, you also have to be at least decently fast. Alright, next. Parasect. Honestly, despite the fact that it gets Spore. Let's do that again. Parasect. So the main selling point of Parasect in most games is that it gets Spore. And Spore is really powerful because it's a guaranteed sleep. And sleep completely locks down your opponent in the main game. In this game, even non-Spore sleep moves have okay accuracy. So the main good thing about Parasect is no longer applicable. Honestly, despite the fact that it has Spore, I think Parasect is so horrific that it goes in Why Bother. We'll put it at the top because you can backstrike them and Spore them and then die. So at least you did something, but oh my god, this thing is horrible. One of the worst typings ever, and at least it can Spore, so it's better than this abomination, but holy moly, it's so bad. It's so bad. It's so slow. The most you can hope for is a backstrike Spore. Maybe your opponent doesn't move, and then you get to throw a Pokeball before you die. Horrible. Horrible. And of course, we have to talk about how annoying Paris is. Because it is absolutely everywhere, and it is out for blood. Little did it know the blood that's going to be spilled is its own. Horrible Pokemon. Absolute garbage. Anything in defense of Parasect? Put it lower for Parasect. You can catch an Alpha Parasect really early. Your 3 shiny Alpha Parasects are weeping in sorrow. They can't possibly weep enough to atone for their crimes. Horrible. Early shiny in-game to give for side quest. What? I think it's meh because of Alpha Parasect's Spore, which is useful for a bit. I mean, I honestly just think that Parasect is so atrocious. Like, typing-wise, stats-wise, that even though it's Spore on a stick, because Spore has been nerfed so much, it's honestly, why bother? There's so many better options. It's so bad. Spore is the only reason why it's above these other guys. I think that's enough. Goodbye, Parasect. Alright. Raichu! Congratulations, Raichu. Useful for capture. It's a really fast Thunder Wave that you can get fairly early. And you get Pikachu right away, which is like, yeah, but you can Thunderstone it to Raichu, at which point you have, I think, 110 base speed. Thunder Wave, which if you Swift Style, or is that what it's called? Agile Style? If you Agile Style it, you can then maybe follow up with a Thunderbolt, which is okay. And then you can switch to a real Pokemon to actually fight with. I think it's about it about Raichu. Anything else? Your Galactic Glitches video have low views because you have no thumbnail with glitches shown on it. Thanks, buddy. Makes me feel great. Parasect untiered. It's not that bad. I mean, there are worse Pokemon than Parasect, right? I'll watch the glitch video like 50 times then. Thank you. Alright, I think that's it for Raichu. Pretty much nothing else to say about Raichu, right? Yeah. Okay. The Kazam. Where do you think this goes? Yeah, not too hard to predict. Really good. Really good. The main drawback of Alakazam is that Abra is useless, but because of the way experience works in this game, where your whole team gets experience for pretty much everything, the useless stage of Abra is just a non-issue. You can also just catch Kadabra right away as well, over in the Sandgem Flats, I think, in the first area. And once you do that, wow, you've got an incredibly fast and strong Psychic type. That's pretty good. It gets Dazzling Gleam, right? I think it's actually better than Sylveon. It is, of course, a complete glass cannon, right? If it ever gets touched, it explodes, but that applies to pretty much every Pokemon in this game, right? And there is also an Alpha in Sandgem Flats that you can get that's like level 60. Alpha Kazam. This thing's really good. This thing's really good. Like, what moves do you run on this? I guess Psychic, Shadow Ball, Dazzling Gleam, and fourth move, Calm Mind, I guess. Good Pokemon. Good Pokemon. Congratulations, Alakazam. Gardevoir is better than Alakazam because of its move pool as Thunderbolt and Ice Beam, while Zam is stuck with Charge Beam. But Alakazam's way faster. And a little bit stronger. And also available earlier. The fact that you can get Alakazam before the first trainer battle is wild. And also false, right? The first trainer battle is Akari. Oh no, the first trainer battle is Volo, before you even leave the village. But you can get it before your first star. That's true. Gardevoir's typing is definitely better, yeah. We'll talk about Gardevoir more when we get to it. The first trainer battle was the Munchlax? No, the first trainer battle is Volo. Alright. Infernape. Monkey. Infernape being good in a Gen 4 game? I've never heard of such a thing. It's really good. it's really good. Is it overall useful? I don't know. I mean, maybe, so... Luckily, there is a quest that gives you a Chimchar. Well, I mean, you have to catch it, but it gives you a Chimchar encounter in the first area, and there's also the static Alpha Infernape on the island in the first area. Stats-wise, we already know Monkey is really good. It's fast, it's strong, it gets great moves. It's very good. You can also find wild ones in Deer Track Heights, wild Chimchar and Monferno in Deer Track Heights, but they're kind of rare. It's much better to just get the guaranteed one or go for the Alpha. It's really good. I mean, fast, strong, firefighting type. What else is there to say? It's not quite as good as in the mainline games. What? Another bot? What is this? So many steel types today. Gotta ban this. Unwanted commercial content or spam. Out of here. Destroyed. Okay. Don't you need 3 stars to catch level 40 plus Pokemon? So I think the stars affect obedience, right? But it's only, as far as I know, it's only the level you catch them that matters. So I think you can, like, catch an Abra or an Alec. You can catch an Abra and then, like, level it up. And it'll obey you even if you don't have the stars. Wait a minute, I'm a hot boy. Does this mean I can video chat on your stream? Sorry, no. The video chat option is not open yet. I know that Pokemon that exceed your stars will not disobey you if you caught them at a level you can actually control. Because I'm working on a challenge run that's coming out, and I had like level 40 Pokemon before I had any stars, and they were still obeying me. But they were also the tutorial Pokemon, so I caught them at like level 2. And your stars affect chance to catch, yeah. The more stars you have, the easier it is to catch things. Okay. Alright. Lopunny, or Baniri and Lopunny. Very underwhelming. I mean, it's a normal type. Who cares? At least it's fast. And you can get an alpha fairly early at the edge of Eterno Forest. But I mean, what do you actually do with this? It's fast and goes first, and like then what? Very boring, unfortunately. I think because you can get the static alpha, it's like, I think above Bibarel as well. But I'd rather just use Snorlax, because Snorlax is strong enough that if you backstrike, at least it'll probably kill the opponent. Whereas Lopunny kind of just does nothing. Besides going first. Very disappointing. Is it disappointing, though? Because, I mean, who actually expects anything from normal types? I know that I don't at this point. Whoops. Anything else to say about Baniri and Lopunny? No Megas in this game. Okay, yeah, I think that's it. Alright. What is this thing called? Cherubi? No, Cherim. Cherim. The subject of one of the most annoying quests in the game. I'm honestly tempted to put it in Why Bother. Does this thing get powder moves? Gotta check that. I don't think it does. Cherim. I'm just checking that really quick, because I want to be sure, because that determined its placement. Let's see. By leveling up in LA. Oh, it does get Sunspore. Okay, congratulations. Alright, well, it's really, really annoying to find. Apparently, you can get a Cherim in Eterna Forest. I have almost 130 hours played total in between my 2 runs. I've literally never seen an Eterna Forest. Never. You can get one from a shaking tree in Crimson Mirelands. Good luck with that. The most reliable place to get it is Coronet Highlands, so you're already getting pretty late game. And at that point, like, it's sort of getting to why bother, but I mean, get Stun Spore, so probably going to be the very, very bottom of useful for capture, because hey, you can Stun Spore something with it. And if you're in Sunlight, its stats are, like, kind of okay. If you're not in sunlight, its stats are even worse. And yeah, it used to be bugged, where you couldn't actually catch its Sunlight form, but now you actually can. The main issue with the Sunlight form is that it's never active. Like, it has to both be daytime and it has to actually be sunny. So if there's any form of weather, even cloudy, you don't get Sunlight form. That's disappointing. Oh, it also gets Sleep Powder? Hooray. Yeah, not very exciting. Congratulations on having status moves, Cherim. Alright. Ursuluna. I think some people might be surprised by this. I'm also kind of surprising myself, but I think Ursuluna is actually a useful for combat Pokemon. You can't really see it on screen now, but you will see it in the edit. This thing has Giga Chad stats. They're insane. It's basically Snorlax plus. This thing is ridiculous. It's like invincible. It has... Physically, it's invincible. And specially, it's not that bad. It's got like 80 special defense and a titanic HP stat. This thing is crazy. Really, the only thing holding it back is that it's really slow. So it relies on being a backstrike knockout. But I mean, your opponent is dead. Your opponent is dead. Notably, it gets the Earthquake of this game. It's sort of a ground-type close combat. It's called Headlong Rush. What a boring name. Doesn't sound strong. Doesn't sound like a ground move. But it is strong, and it's a ground move. It's crazy. Absolutely borked stats. Borked is bad, right? Absolutely crazy stats. Very good. If it hits you, you're dead. And if it gets hit, it's not dead. Crazy. And yeah, there's multiple alpha Ursa-rings. Like, take your pick. Honestly, the worst thing I can say about it is that the evolution method is really annoying. There's an RNG way to do it and a reliable way to do it. So you need an item to evolve it, which is the peat block. You can either dig for it randomly in the marsh area, which is pretty annoying. You might get it. That's how I did it. You can also, I believe, buy it for merit points. And you can get a guaranteed one as a quest reward from that really annoying like lady that keeps getting lost. The last one will actually give you a peat block. Once you have the peat block, your ordeals are not over because you have to actually evolve it under a full moon. I don't think this is actually RNG because the moon follows a cycle. So it's not actually RNG, but it is really annoying. Basically what you do is you have Ursaring in your party, you have the peat block. You check if you can evolve it at nighttime, and if you can't, you just sleep until the next night. And if you can't evolve, you sleep until the next night. Really boring, but I mean, if you're really intent on getting Ursuluna, you could probably do it in about 10 minutes. And it's kind of worth it, because the stats are actually insane. I just wish it were faster. Oh, you can get the peat block in all areas, but it's RNG dependent? Oh, okay, that's unfortunate. Well, I mean, it's fortunate, I guess, but I just wish it wasn't such RNG. It's not in the merit point shop. I know 100% you can get the item from a quest. It's the end of that whole quest line where you're supposed to use Ursuluna to locate the dude's sister. It is in the point shop, right? Yeah. Yeah, but this thing has, like, goat stats. I'm just gonna read them now, so that you know just how good they are. They're so good. Where is Ursuluda? Oh, I put it in the wrong spot in the list. It actually, when I say list, I mean, organization. Yeah, so Ursuluna, are you ready for this? HP 130, attack 140, defense 105, special attack 45, who cares? Special defense 80, speed 50. So aside from speed, looking really, really good. Good job, Ursaring. You finally got it. An evolution. Can you find the item in Rips? I think so. I think so. Ursaluna is better Rhyperior? Yeah, I'd probably say so, yeah. That's maybe debatable. We'll see when we get to Rhyperior. Alright. Golduck. There's no C tier, but you know how I feel about this thing. So boring. So mediocre. Whatever, man. I think it's worse than Vaporeon. It's a water type. Water's a pretty good type. You can get it early in the game. What do you actually do with this? It has Hypnosis? Really? Congratulations. Probably better than Charm. Congratulations, Golduck. It has Hypnosis because it puts me to sleep. So boring. Whatever. Not even a Psychic type. Well, the fact that it's not a Psychic type is not as bad as it sounds, because Psyduck in Japanese is just Kodaku, just little duck. So nothing about being Psychic. It should still be a Psychic type, though. What in the world? What? The Steel types are out in force. What in the world? We're really popular. Oh, thank you for dealing with that. You gotta give Golduck credit. At least it made it into Hisui when Sea King couldn't. Well, I believe it is known that Psyduck is Masuda's favorite Pokemon, so it's never getting cut. Exterminated, thank you. Where are all these bots coming from? I don't know. What's the third bot? We've ranked 0 Steel types, but we've already dealt with 3 bots. They want to give me a waifu? Well, they don't know. I have a date next Friday. Although I might have to reschedule because I have to work on Friday. I don't need these bots, bro. lmaooo Vespiquen. I mean, that's a pretty good summary. Is it in Why Bother? It might be. Where did we put... we put Mothim above Vaporeon? Because it can actually attack, right? Vespiquen's horrible. Where do we put Vespiquen? Why bother Vespiquen? Trash coverage? Literally lmaooo? Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Oh, okay. So to get Vespiquen, you have to get a female Combi. And most Combi are male, right? So once you eventually hunt a female Combi, you can evolve it up to Vespiquen, and you get... nothing. You get a defensively leaning bug flying type. Wow. What is this thing the queen of? It's not even the queen of Why Bother, because I think Parasect is better, because at least Parasect can spore things. Horrible. Also, something that really bothers me, why bother? Something that really bothers me is, why in the world do you get the rock plate from Vespiquen? So Cleavor, the new rock type evolution that they added to this game for Scyther, gives you the insect plate. And post-game, a random Vespiquen gives you the rock plate. What? What happened? I'm so confused. Because it learns Power Gem? I mean, that's pretty ridiculous. No. I guess Vespiquen has a set alpha in the Crimson Marlins, but no, that does not save it. That does not save it at all. Yeah, Vespiquen also has the dishonor of getting a bunch of signature moves and then getting them all taken away for, like, no reason. So sad. Deposed. Alright. Bug-type fans rejoice, because we've been pretty cruel to them so far. They're about to get redeemed, so... Scyther! I gave that a try. The whole Scyther line is amazing. Scyther is definitely, I think, an overall useful Pokemon. It is one of the earliest Pokemon you can catch that has a 500 base stat total. Really good. Really good. It's really fast. And I think all of the Scyther forms have their own use. Like, they all excel at a different thing. So Scyther has good attack and is the fastest. I would put this above Crobat. Good attack and is the fastest. Kleavor is sort of the balance, where it's a little bit slower, but it has even better attack and better offenses, because it also gets Rock Stab. And Scizor is the slowest, which is unfortunate, but it also has very good attack, and by far the best typing, right? It can actually survive hits. And all of them have a really good move pool with, like, offensive moves that you want. So, like, they can kill things. They can also weaken things with False Swipe. And they can boost themselves. And yeah, you can also, like, Bullet Punch up a Storm with Scizor if you want. Like, all of them excel in their own ways at very useful things. So, it is a very good game to be a member of the Scyther line. They are all really good. Like, this, like, order here is very malleable. Like, all three of them are just great. Yeah, and Fire Scizor is in the chat. Congratulations, you're very good in this game. Yeah, they're all great. Anything to add to these guys? I don't think so. They're amazing. Waving. Oh, that's clapping, right? Yeah, imagine being Pinsir and getting passed up for an evolution when your rival gets a second one. Unreal. So sad to be Pinsir. It's also weird that Kleavor is like a branching evolution? I mean, it's not really an upgrade over Scizor, but, I mean, they just really like Scyther, I guess. Alright. The Bug-type redemption arc is not over, because we've got Heracross! You've got the Alpha very easily catchable in the Obsidian Fieldlands. It's in, I believe, the Grueling Grove. I mean, it's Heracross. It's good in basically every game it's in, and this is no exception. You want a bug that's gonna beat up your opponents? Go with Heracross. I'm gonna put it right here. I don't think it's quite as good as Monkey, but it hits really hard. It's okay speed, and it's very reliable to catch. You can close combat things. You can Mega Horn things. You can bulk up. Good Pokemon. Heracross. I'm now taking complaints, but I don't think there will be any. Yeah, but I mean, does Scizor get favoritism? I mean, Pinsir and Heracross both got Mega Evolutions, and Scizor, oh wait, yeah, it also got one. Mega Horn is in this game, yes. I see, this will take a while. Well, they always take a while, but a lot of the runtime, the first hour was just laying out criteria. We're probably going to speed up a bit. I don't expect this to take more than another, like, 2 hours. Alright. Mr. Mime. Mime has Hypnosis? Well, that's good. Well, if it has Hypnosis and Fairy and Psychic typing, mostly the Fairy typing, that's pretty good. I think it's better than Weird Ear. It's pretty unexciting, but, I mean, it's got a good typing, and it's got Hypnosis, so at the very least, we can put it in useful. It's also very useful for keeping me awake. This thing is a nightmare. I hate it. Its defenses are terrible. Doesn't matter. Everything has pretty bad defenses in this game, considering how much damage everything does. Dazzling Gleam is really late, and it can't take a hit. Uh-oh. It's better, earlier access, and can learn Mimic, so you can learn some actual moves. Mimic is horrible, though. Like, do you want to spend a turn just to get a move? No, thanks. It's basically here because it can Hypnosis things. And late in the game, I guess if for some reason you like Mr. Mime, it's not the worst thing ever because it's a fairy, which matches up really well against the Super Boss's team. Yeah, I mean, this thing causes more nightmares than Darkrai, right? Good job, Mr. Mime. Okay. Ambipom. I mean, it's fast, so it goes first. And then what? Whatever. Whatever. I think it's better than Lopunny. But Lopunny has an earlier alpha, so, I mean, you could maybe switch these, but I don't think anybody is going to bat for either of them. It's a fast normal type that goes first and then doesn't really do anything. It's also everywhere. Like, it's really annoying. Why is this thing all over the Alabaster Icelands? It, like, does not fit. And I hope Hisui has universal healthcare, because it's got to get those hands checked out. They're, like, inflamed. I'm looking out for you, buddy. Get help. Get those hands looked at. Where's the set alpha? I actually don't know where it is. The alpha's in the coastlands? Oh, okay. On Apom Hill, right? Yeah. So the alpha is available a bit later. It's not that useful. I don't think I'm changing this. Also, I don't like Ambipom because somebody made fun of me in the comments for not knowing the Japanese for one of Ambipom's signature moves. Which is double hit. Because in Japanese, it's double attack. I didn't know about double hit being a move. I forgot about it because it sucks. Oh, it's on the private beach, the little inlet? Oh, okay. I never really go there. I don't think there's anything else to say about the Ambipom. Amazing name? What's the amazing name? I just came back and it looks like Scissor, Cleavor, and Scyther are all useful. Interesting. Yeah, they're useful because you get them really early. They have great stats for when you get them. And they're all really good at either like attacking or defending or both. They changed double hit in this game, so now it's just a worse Swords Dance. I agree, except in one case where we'll get to that. I think everybody, if you know, you know. When double hit is good, it's not actually as double hit. Oh, the Japanese name? I mean, Japanese does that a lot, where it's just English words, but in Japanese. That's like Flare Blitz in Japanese is Flare Drive, so Flare Drive. All right, Gyarados. Can you predict where Gyarados is going in a game where we can skip the Magikarp phase? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I'm debating whether to put this in just overall useful or in useful for combat above Floatzel. I'm honestly... It really misses Intimidate because Intimidate's super good. But Gyarados on its own is really strong. It's really strong. In fact, I think it's so much stronger. When I say stronger, I mean like in terms of attack. I think it's so much stronger than Floatzel that I'll put it above Floatzel. So Floatzel has the speed edge, but it might just have to use that to compensate for not being able to actually knock things out, whereas Gyarados is fast enough and will probably just kill you because it's Gyarados. So it's really hard. So you can get a Magikarp in the first area, actually. And Magikarp is like level 16, so it's not even that long to, I mean, just get it leveled up through killing other things. and just get the passive XP, and then you get a Gyarados. Gyarados is really good. More news at 11. There's a lot of news at 11, guys. I mean, what new is there to say about Gyarados? Insane stats for the point in the game where you can get it. The only problem is you have to get through the Magikarp phase, and in this game, getting through the Magikarp phase is easier than ever. Really wish it had a stab flying move, but oh well, you can't have everything. Magikarp is in the water where you need Basculegion. You can just lure it with berries and catch it. You don't actually need Basculegion to catch it. So you can actually get the ones in the first area. Floats a little faster, has Aqua Jet, better ice coverage in Ice Punch, and get trashed on Gyarados with no Intimidate. I will not accept this slander. I still think Gyarados is better. You could argue that Floatzel is better. But I think that Gyarados' better base attack makes up for the speed differential. Oh, it gets Hurricane? Okay. I know one of the Pokedex requests is to see Gyarados use a Hurricane. Well, you're not going to see me using it. No thanks. You can get Magikarp before Basculegion and before Cleaver. You can get Magikarp as soon as you have 1 star. As soon as you can cross the bridge, you can go get Magikarp. You might even be able to get it before 1 star if you use the really silly Bibarel bridge. Yeah, Gara has Ice Fang, which has... Yeah, so Gara having Ice Fang and more attack means that Ice Fang is going to do more damage. And also, I believe Ice Fang is one of those hidden, like, fast moves. Alright. Gastrodon line. They're so cute. And they can be cute in the meh tier above Vaporeon, I guess. Water, ground, amazing typing. What do you actually do with it? Not die in a normal game, but in this game, where being slow, which they're very slow, means you get doubled or tripled, you'll still die, unfortunately. So, not really good as a defensive Pokemon, not really good as an offensive Pokemon, but hey, Water Ground's a good type. And you can get one early. Sand Gem Flats, you can get both Shellos and Gastrodon, and there's a static alpha in the Cobalt Coastlands on like an island, so, I mean, you can probably find something to do with it, but I don't think it's great. Sorry, Gastrodon. Anything in defense of Gastrodon or against it? There's so few grass types in this game that it's only 4x. Weakness is basically irrelevant. That's true, but just being slow means you're getting double or triple attacked. Plant with leg destroys it. Yes, it does. Okay, I think that's it for Gastrodon. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you get hit by a grass move, you're Gastrodon for, but even neutral moves repeatedly are going to take you out eventually. Eventually meaning before you ever get a second turn, so unfortunate. Does the berry thing work for the Quillfish and Fieldlands? No, I think they're too far. But maybe? I haven't tested it. Alright, Overquill. Surprisingly good, I would say. I still don't think it's great, but it's neat. It's got a good typing. Poison Dark. Dark is really good because, remember, most difficult encounter in the game is against a Ghost Dragon type, so having a Dark type is really good. Is this our first Dark type? Well, I guess there was Samurott and Umbreon, unfortunately. But yeah, it gets no physical Dark moves, which is really unfortunate, and its special attack is terrible. I think if it had a physical dark move, I'd be able to put it in useful for combat, like if it had Night Slash. But without that, I'm leaning much more towards meh, probably around this area. I think it's better than these like random normal types. But I mean, it's okay. Dark Poison with Liquidation is neat. Yeah, Liquidation's a good move. Its signature move, Bar Barrage, is yet another Hex Clone. I think it's Hex Clone number 2 that we've covered so far. It's sort of like a Venoshock that can also poison, but it also benefits from statuses that aren't just poison. So it's overall just way better than Venoshock. But Venoshock is not very good. and evolving it is pretty annoying. Okay, I think that's it for Overquill. Really wish this had a physical dark move. If it had a physical dark move, I'd probably put it at the bottom of useful for combat. Alright. Blissey. What do we do with this thing? lmaooo Blissey, that's what I'm thinking. Bottom of meh? I mean, if you're gonna be tanky, you may as well be Blissey. So, the one thing I can say in Blissey's favor is that it scales really well with Grit. Because Grit can buff up all your stats, even though your base defense is Garbo. If you grit it up, since you have insane HP, you end up being able to survive things? Is that useful? Not really, because you're not attacking and actually taking things out. Why do we bother with this thing? I don't think we do. Offensively, this thing is useless. How low does this go? Blissey is pretty hit or missy. That's good. Is it better than... I think it's better than Umbreon. Yeah, sure. So... I mean, if you're using a... Yeah, basically, Snorlax and Ursuluda are both also tanky normal types, except they can also hit back, so... Blissey is a wall in a game where walls don't really work. Blissey can dunk on Giratina in a very slow, drawn-out battle. I mean, Giratina could just Dragon Claw you, right? There is an early alpha. It's up a cliff, so you're supposed to Sneasler to it, but you can just Skyrim your way up the cliff with Weirdeer, and that works as well. So you can get the alpha kind of early, but, like, then what? What? It has Draining Kiss for survivability. I mean, Draining Kiss scales on the damage you deal, but you don't deal any damage. Useful for XP, that's true. I mean, unironically, Blissey's best use is getting killed to level up the rest of your team. It is actually very useful for that, but I don't think that counts on this list. Calm Mind plus Power Shift. So we've used 2 moves and 2 turns when we're very slow to begin with to make ourselves vulnerable. And I think Power Shift only does your defense, right? And your defense sucks, so that doesn't actually work. Yeah, sorry, Blissey. Not very good. Roserade. Good Pokemon? Kind of. I think I'm actually going to put this, not in meh, very high up in useful. So it gets powders, which is nice. And there's also the static alpha in Crimson Mirelands. It's right next to Hisuian Lilligant's Arena. And its stats are good. It's pretty fast. It's got great special attack. And you can status things. That's a good Pokemon. Unfortunately, isn't PS both offensive and defensive stats? What is PS? Oh, Power Shift. Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, this thing's good. It's a fast Pokemon that can status and also kind of, sort of fight. I'll say it this way. It's got the stats to fight, but not the typing or the move pool, unfortunately. But overall, I think it's still pretty good. Definitely one of the more useful Pokemon when you want to capture something. I think it has the highest special attack of all grass types in this game. Well, that's good. Too bad it gets grass and poison moves. Whoops. Just for future reference, Alpha Roserade is replaced by Alpha Honchkrow at night. Yeah, we're going to talk about them when we get to Honchkrow. Oh, and it gets Dazzling Gleam. Hey, that's good. Oh, it gets Dazzling Gleam? Oh, maybe that moves it up. Oh, maybe. And Shadow Ball? Oh, actually. Okay, we're going to redo this, because I think it's actually going in useful overall. Alright, we're redoing this, so, fake, what I just said was all a lie. Here we go. Alright, Roserade. You think grass types are bad? Bruh, do. I mean, yeah, they are bad, but Roserade is actually pretty good. We're gonna put it at the very bottom of useful because you can get the Static Alpha right next to Lilligant's Arena. You can powder stuff, so there's your useful capture. And although its stab is kind of, it's not good, but its stats are really good. It's decently fast with really good special attack, and you get both Dazzling Gleam and Shadow Ball, which are both really useful for the most difficult fight in the game. It's pretty good. I think there's a better grass type you can use. We're going to get there soon. But on its own merits, I think Roserade is actually quite useful in many aspects of, like, specific to Legends Arceus gameplay. Congratulations, Roserade. Wish your type was better. Oh well. Alright. Carnivine. No prizes for guessing this one. Carnivine has powders? Does it? Hang on. Hang on. I checked this yesterday and I already forgot because I don't care. Let's see. Let's make sure I'm looking at the right thing. Oh, get Stun Spore and Sleep Powder. Sleep Powder at level 34. Ugh. Oh, alright. Well, Carnivine. lmaooo. Well, it gets powders. It's so bad. But at least you can powder things. And it's not like Parasect levels of it instantly dies, right? But it's close. Carnivine also gets Acid Spray to lower an opponent's defense, putting it at least above Dustox. I mean, I guess. F-O-O-P. F out of principle? Yeah. Okay, like, by the criteria we've laid out, Carnivine gets to be at the very bottom of useful, because, I mean, you can status stuff with it. And I guess it's available in the second area, and there's, like, an alpha for it. But if it was up to me, I'd just put in Why Bother. I hate this thing. It's so annoying. Above Cherim because they're everywhere? Yeah, good point. Wow, really sucks to be Cherim. Alright. The moment Grass-type fans have been waiting for. Plant with leg. Hisuian Lilligant. Are you ready? Good Pokemon. Really good Pokemon. It's basically tailor-made to excel in this game, right? So Grass and Fighting is like, yeah, this is an okay typing. It's got status moves, so hey, useful for capture. And the real reason why it's anywhere near the top of this list is it gets the best move in the game, Victory Dance. Yeah, it's basically an Omni Boost. It gives plus attack and defense. So it's like Bulk Up and Calm Mind, which boost both your stats in this game. And it also gives you the double hit effect. So in addition to actually boosting your attack, your next, I believe, 2 attacks deal 50% more damage. What a good move. That's ridiculous. Like, the reason why Hyswien Decidueye is unemployed is because this thing exists. Why would you ever use Hyswien Decidueye when Hisuian Lilligant blows it out of the water in basically every aspect? I'm extremely late, but just wanted to say that they missed a perfect opportunity to fix Samurot's design. Yeah, I mentioned that. That's like the first thing I said about it. I'm so sad. Yeah, Victory Dance is like Hisuian Quiver Dance, and we all know how good Quiver Dance is. Yeah, Hisuian Lilligant, it's basically Victory Dance the move, but Victory Dance is a really, really good move, so congratulations. Good Pokemon. Yeah, it's also much faster than regular Lilligant, which is great. I think it's 105 in both attack and speed, which is not incredible for either one, but I mean, it's pretty good. I mean, Monkey is, I think, 106 speed and 103 attack, so it's kind of better than that. Ooh. Yeah, it's just Calm Mind and 50% bonus damage. It's insane. Yeah, completely broken. Good Pokemon. All right, any other words of praise for Lilligant? Okay, I think that's good. Next. Tangrowth. Gets powders. It also has legs, but they're a little stubbier than Lilligant's. So Tangrowth, I mean, it's got powders. As far as Pokemon whose main utility is being able to powder things, at least Tangrowth can kind of, sort of, also fight. Its move pool really sucks. And it's a pure grass type, so forget about actually surviving things. But, I mean, we can put it... I think it's probably better than Weirdeer. It's very easy to find Alpha, like, right in front of you in Crimson Mireland. So you can catch that one, you can powder some stuff, and it's got good, I believe, special attack? So, I mean, it does kind of hurt, but, I mean, pure grass type and a very lackluster move pool is what I think keeps it from actually being a useful Pokemon like Roserade. Roserade is definitely way better. But Tangrowth, for a grass type, not that bad. Bulk is worthless when you're slow. And this thing is slow. It's not better than Weirdeer. Why not? Weirdeer, you gotta do a bunch of work to evolve it into Weirdeer, and even then, it's, like, not very exciting. Whereas you can just nab an alpha Tangrowth right away. Weirdeer hits pretty hard, at least. So does Tangrowth. Okay, I think that's it for Tangrowth. A lot of grass types in a row. Weirdeer has 4 legs, though. I mean, if we are going by legs, which is a criteria we've used on plants, right? Definitely Lilligant wins. It's got 2 legs. Tangrowth also has 2 legs, but they're kind of short. Roserade also has 2 legs. Why are we talking about this? Whatever. That's... thanks for coming by, Fire Caesar. We'll still be going in maybe like 2 hours-ish, so hopefully I'll see you again. But if not, thanks for stopping by. Too bad Ariados isn't in this game. Isn't that a good thing? Alright, well. Alright, next. Whiscash. Water ground typing. That's pretty good. Where's the other water ground type? Uh-oh. I mean, these two are basically interchangeable. Whiscash has very bad stats. I don't know why they're so bad. It's kind of thick, but I mean, its speed just sucks. These are both basically the same. They're really good types stapled onto really bad stats. In a game where their weaker stats, speed, really matter, unfortunately. So, to the bottom of meh. Whiscash is the Gastrodon at home. I'm not sure which one's better or worse. I think Whiscash is a little bit better, but I mean, you could flip these. Is there an Alpha Whiscash anywhere? I think there's an Alpha Whiscash in one of the lakes. I think the, Alabaster Iceland's lake has an Alpha Whiscash. Who cares? Oh, it gets Zen Headbutt. That's cool. Not cool enough. Meh. It is Lake Valor. Okay. Yeah, that's really late. You've got so many better things you could be doing than catching Alpha Whiscash. Alright. Toxicroak. Super annoying because these guys have, like, sniper vision. And they don't just attack you, they, like, run around and, like, try to flank you. And eventually, like, shoot poison at you. Super duper annoying. In terms of actually using them, meh. 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 Kinda slow. Oh, that's not true. It's just, like, mediocre speed. Mediocre typing. Mediocre move pool. Mediocre Pokemon. Any words in defense of Toxicroak? You can get the Alpha in Home of Trials, which you can actually access without Basculegion. You can just jump there. But, I mean, what are you really doing with this thing? You've got better options. Oh, it's on the screen. Okay. You've got better options. It's not terrible or anything. It's mediocre. What? Toxicroak has decent coverage? It gets the punches, right? Yeah, this is a Pokemon that really wishes it had abilities back because Dry Skin is really good. Earth Power. It's not a special attacker, is it? I mean, its special attack and attack are both pretty close. I think its attack is slightly better. Neither of them that good. It's okay. I would describe it as meh. Alright. What am I thinking of? Oh, Gardevoir. Hey! People really like Gardevoir. Psychic Fairy's a really good type. Where do we put Alakazam's all the way up here? I think it's very good. What do we do? Well, I don't think it's quite this far. I think it's basically just better than Sylveon. Oh, it has Hypnosis? Okay. We'll put it above Roserade. So, being able to Hypnosis things is useful, because that lets you catch them. Psychic Fairy is a really good type. Well, I mean, Fairy is a really good type. Psychic's also there. You do have to be careful, because although Moonblast does destroy Giratina, you also get absolutely destroyed by Shadow Force, so watch out for that. Its speed is like, it's acceptable. I wish it was faster, but it's not that bad. It's got a pretty good move pool. It gets the moves you want, basically, on a good typing. I just wish Ralts and Kirlia didn't suck so much. They're both pretty garbage. You pretty much can't use them until you get to Gardevoir. There is an Alpha Gardevoir, but it is all the way in Alabaster Iceland, so you've got to wait quite a bit for that. But you do have the option to use Ralts, Kirlia, and I guess a naturally evolved Gardevoir, starting in Crimson Mirelands, and then you can go ahead and get the Alpha in Alabaster Iceland if you feel so inclined, which you might be, because this thing's pretty good. Congratulations. Is Gallade also pretty good? Well, it gets Hypnosis, right? So, kind of. It's definitely worse than Gardevoir. Because as opposed to having a type that beats the strongest Pokemon in the game, you have a type that does literally nothing against the ghost typing of Giratina. That's unfortunate, but I think that Gallade also gets a whole suite of useful moves. It gets basically all of the slashing moves. So you get Nightblade. That's a cool move, but it doesn't exist. Night Slash and Leaf Blade is what I was trying to say. Psycho Cut and like good stats, right? Okay speed and very good attack, and you can Hypnosis things. So that's something. The alpha situation is pretty much the exact same as Gardevoir. There's just the static alpha also in the Alabaster Icelands, but it's in Snowpoint Temple instead of just out in the field. So it's like slightly harder to get, but whatever, not really. Useful overall. Just be mindful that it's a bit harder to get because the Ralts or Curlia has to be male, whereas either male or female can evolve into Gardevoir. Oh yeah, and Gallade also gets False Swipe if you're into that. Hypnosis and False Swipe, both on the same Pokemon, hey. Okay. Yanmega. So Yanmega has one of the best abilities in Pokemon history, Speed Boost. Speed Boost is not in this game. That sucks. So that means that Yanmega is basically just a very mediocre attacker with middling speed, which I think puts it here-ish. You can easily get an alpha Yanmega in Crimson Marlins. Oh, it has Hypnosis? Congratulations. It goes here then. I think it's better than these guys. Is it better than Tangrowth? I think it's actually better than Tangrowth. It's a little bit faster. Yeah, the type is terrible. If you ever get touched, you're going to die, but that applies to most Pokemon in this game, unfortunately. So, considering that it has Hypnosis and actually hits kind of hard, we can put it here above Tangrowth, but yeah, Bug Flying is bad. I mean, you can Air Slash, you can Bug Buzz, you can Ancient Power. Anything else? Hypnosis? There's your moveset, I guess. It has the honor of being the best bug flying type. Does it? Good for catching, good for battling. Gallade could go a bit higher. Maybe. But you also, it's like a little more annoying to get because you need the Dawnstone. It's probably better than Scyther if Scyther couldn't evolve. Talking about Yanmega. I mean, you get Scyther earlier, and Scyther I think is also just better. It's significantly, I mean, it's like 20 speed faster, I think. Also, it can evolve, so. Shouldn't it be called the Akari Stone in Hisui? Yeah, I guess so. Because they changed Dawn's name to Akari? Well, I mean, they're different, I guess. Can't you catch an Alpha Gallade, though? Yeah, but at the very end of the game. It's in the last area. Yeah, Scyther's base stat tool doesn't actually change when you evolve it. It's just the typing and the distribution. And Scyther being the fastest actually matters a lot in this game. Alright. Hippowdon. It's thick. It's slow. That's not good. Where does this go? I think it's actually about here-ish. I wish Earthquake was in this game. That would be nice. Does it get high horsepower? If it does, I'll put it here. It probably gets high horsepower, right? You can backstrike something, hit it with fairly strong high horsepower, but very good bulk really doesn't mean anything in this game. It mostly means that you die in 2 hits instead of 1, but you still die before you ever get your second turn because you're going to get doubled, which sucks. Oh, it gets high horsepower and the Elemental Fangs? Oh, okay. In that case, we'll basically, it's like budget Golem. I think Golem's better. I don't think Yawn is in this game. At least I've never seen it. There's also an easily available alpha right there in the middle of Crimson Marlin, so that's a point in its favor as well. 7 level up moves. I mean, in Legends Arceus terms, it's not that bad. A lot of Pokemon have very shallow level up move pools, and then you just get moves through tutoring. I think this is an okay placement. It's strong enough to maybe take your opponent out with a backstrike, and you might survive a turn if you don't take them out. Maybe, if you're lucky. Pachirisu. Thunderwave. The Pokemon. Whatever. It's not even that fast. Garbage. But it won Worlds. I don't care. Okay, that's enough. Skuntank. Poison. Oh. Oh, wait, you're right. There's a set alpha for Pachirisu. I don't care. Skuntank. It's got a set alpha as well in the Crimson Marlins. Poison Dark is a pretty good type. Where do you put Overquill? It's basically Overquill, except I think it actually gets Night Slash, so that's nice. I think it's a little bit better. Stats-wise, it's worse, but it gets a good physical Dark move. That's nice. And you can get Flamethrower, Play Rough. Pretty decent moves, but overall still kinda underwhelming. Really wishes it was faster. What did Rowlet do to get in meh? It has garbage speed, that's why. Thank you for dealing with these steel types. A lot of steel types. Oh, wrong about Jan, you'll delete your channel. Thank you. Thank you for taking responsibility. We still haven't done a single steel type, have we? Oh, Scizor. Okay. 84 speed isn't awful. I agree, it's not awful. Wait, which Pokemon has 84? It's not Hyswien Decidueye. Hyswien Decidueye is slower than that. Oh, Skuntank. Yeah, okay, yeah. 84 speed is okay. Yeah, it's not awful. It's not awful. Which is why it'll go in meh. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about Trash Cloak Wormadam. I guess that's also a steel type. Alright. Hisuian Goodra. Can you say Goodra? I mean, it's pretty good. It doesn't blow you away in any one aspect, but its stats are overall just good. And also Steel Dragon is, as you all know, an amazing typing. So I think we're actually going to put it here-ish. So this is actually a Pokemon that can survive hits. Just because it has very good defenses at a base, and it has a really good typing. It's kind of slow. It's kind of slow. But before I say it's not that slow, let me make sure it's not actually that slow. It might actually be that slow. Let me see. Let's see here. Goodra. It's Hisuian Goodra. 60 base speed. Uh-oh. It's pretty slow. Okay, it's pretty slow. It's pretty slow. But, I mean, it's got its own signature move, Shelter, which is pretty good, which actually makes it capable of tanking. And really great defensive typing. And it hits decently hard on either side you want. It gets pretty good moves. And you also get it surprisingly early, because it's in the Home of Trials, which you can actually get to without Basculegion. You can just jump there. What makes Goodra so much better than the other incredibly slow mods? Mostly that its typing is very good. And it's got a good move pool. Is why I think it's a bit better. It's also very cute, but that doesn't count. Yeah, I guess a concise way of saying what makes Goodra better than other slow Pokemon is a 600 base stat total. Okay. Onix! And its evolution, Steelix. So I know that in our playthrough how do we do this? Let's do this again. Alright. Onix! And also its evolution, Steelix. Onix in our playthrough had the courage to stand against the god of the world itself. I mean, he gave everything for the cause. Good job, Onix. Yeah, so even though we took Onix into the final battle, it's not good. it's not good. Sadly. And I wouldn't say that Steelix is a good wall either. I mean, it's got very high defense, but good lord, it's slow. So you're getting double or triple attacked, and if the opponent has a special attack, goodbye. All that being said, I don't think it's in why bother. There's alphas for both forms pretty easily available. So we're going to put it, I think, here-ish? As far as purely walling Pokemon go, it's on the better end of those. You can Power Trick, I guess, to give yourself offense, but that's not worth it. Not at all. I guess, so we'll mention what the strategy was actually bringing Onix into the Arceus battle. So we're trying to manipulate the new Judgment mechanic. So how Judgment works now is that it makes Arceus unwallable because Judgment will always strike your weakness. And it changes Arceus to that type. And it tries to optimize defensively as well. So Onix is quadruple weak to both water and grass, but Judgment becomes grass because grass, I guess, resists ground, which is one of Onix's types. And then because Onix was judged unworthy, and Arceus is now a grass type, well, we know that grass is ass, so that makes Arceus way easier to beat. So that is the sacrificial Onix strategy. Good job, Onix. You gave it your all. You weren't there to see the victory, but you were a part of making it happen. Bad. Going from 85 attack to 200 is notable, but that's also 200 defense to 85, and it costs you a turn. And you're really, really slow to begin with, so you're not getting many turns. It's not worth it. Alright. Rhyperior. It's basically just strictly better Golem? So that's where it's gonna go. It's Golem, except its moves are better and its stats are slightly better as well. I don't think there's anything else to say. Cheese, will you drop shirts one day? What does that mean? Am I gonna take my shirt off? No. Is that what you're saying? Am I gonna change shirts to a different one? I usually wear this shirt when in the not Charizard videos. Oh, merch! Probably not. I mean, not anytime soon. Maybe if this ever becomes my full-time job, and that's still like a big maybe. I don't have any plans. What a great shirt. Wait, I've just made an important discovery regarding Power Shift. What is it? Share it with us. Oh yeah, it's also difficult to sell like Nintendo stuff. Yeah, no plans at the moment. How many more do we have to go? Uh-oh. Well, a lot of these are legendaries we won't have much to say about. Okay. Alright. Its speed value is -3 by default, so it's something. Do we know what the speed values for moves are? Are they listed anywhere? Shirts with the Animal Crossing music that plays in the live stream breaks. Speaking of live stream breaks, I have to go get water and go to the bathroom. So I will be right back. Enjoy the Animal Crossing music in the meantime. BRB. Oh, and we're back. Ooh, okay, I think, we can probably finish this before 5 hours, I think. Let me just see. What did I miss in the chat? Doesn't look like much. Oh, everything's scrolling. Still scrolling. Okay, no, I didn't miss much. Great. Air Slash and other flinching moves alter the speed value of the target. That's what I thought. Why don't they tell you that in the game? Wouldn't that be nice? Oh well. Okay. Back to rankings. Sudowoodo. I'm tempted to put this in Why Bother. Sudowoodo can boost with Calm Mind and destroys water and ground mons with Wood Hammer. Why would you do that with Sudowoodo? It's so slow. It's so slow. And being slow makes boosting worse since it costs more of your total turns, right? You get fewer turns. Ugh, I mean, I'm not going to put it in Why Bother, because, I mean, it's got, like, okay attack and stuff. Iron Defense makes it a tank? I doubt it. Sudowoodo, my favorite grass type, yeah. Whatever, I think it goes, like, here. It's not so bad that it's Don't Bother, because you can get it early and it hits kind of hard. So, I mean, you can backstrike with it and maybe take the opponent out. I hope you do, because you're never getting another turn again. This thing is slow. Has a really great Japanese name, though. Usotsuki. It means fake tree. And also liar. Hilarious. Licky Licky. It's a slow defensive Pokemon that doesn't necessarily excel in defense. I mean, it's better than Blissey. We can put it next to Sudowoodo, I guess. Why would you ever use this thing? Why? Its offenses aren't that bad. It's like 80 on both, I think. I looked this up last night because I had no idea what to say about Licky Licky. This is good coverage, I guess. There's so many better things you could be doing than using an overall boring normal type like this one. Look at all the possibilities in the wonderful world of Pokemon. You're going to go with this thing? I don't think so. But, I mean, you can, so I'm not going to put it in Why Bother. Yeah. Togekiss. Good? Good Pokemon? Good Pokemon. How good? Really good. Here? So, Togekiss has had an amazing glow up, right? Because Gens 2 through 3, it was hot garbage. Gen 4, it finally got the Togekiss evolution, became, pretty good. I mean, no longer a meme. And then Gen 6 with the fairy typing, oh my goodness. In fact, I think actually we might use this, we might actually move this up to useful just because this is one of the single best Pokemon you can use against the Super Boss battle. In fact, if I was to recommend a Pokemon to fight him with, it would be this one. Because it's very good against both his regular team and the follow-up surprise double Giratina. It's actually like, move this up. We're going to put this like, it's not that good. We're going to put this like here. It's like an insane combat Pokemon for that battle. And it's the hardest battle in Pokemon history, so Fairy is a pretty good type. We'll say that. You can get Togepi. I think the earliest you can get it is Cobalt Coastlands. Although you can catch a flying Togetic in Crimson Mirelands, but that's like really annoying. There's also a flying Togetic in the first area, but you need Sneasler to get it. But yeah, it's a very good fairy type Pokemon, so there you go. It's useful, and because it's a fairy type and it has Roost, this is also one of the very few Pokemon who can wall. Oh, you can get a Togepi in Mirelands? I didn't know that. Where is it? I guess I've just never seen it. I guess it's like walking on the ground in the same area as the flying Togekiss, right? Not Togekiss, Togetic. They spawn alongside Petal? Oh, okay. But yeah, I think everybody's in agreement that Togekiss is insanely good. Good news, Prado. You don't have to delete your channel again. Once was enough. Congratulations. Okay, next. Torterra. This basically goes in the go first and hope you one-shot them crew with a backstrike. They're all here. Yeah, you can get Turtwig in like a little alcove off in the east of Crimson Mirelands, but there's also an alpha one in the home of trials in the Mirelands, level 65. It gets Headlong Rush, same move as Ursaluna, but Ursaluna is just better. Ursaluna has insane stats, and Torterra just has like okay stats. Does it get Sleep Powder? I don't think it does. Am I wrong? I might be wrong. Oh man, I might have to delete my channel. Here we go. Does it? Time to check. Torterra. I don't think it gets Sleep Powder. Where are we looking at here? Here we go. So, Legends Arceus moveset. Oh, it does. Congratulations, Torterra. You did it. I guess I have to delete my channel, too. Whoops. Well, here we go. In that case, let's put it here. Yep. There we go. So, you can... It's basically in the Tangrowth tier where you can powder something, and if you ever get another turn, because you're slow as dirt, literally your ground type, you could probably deal damage with Headlong Rush. There you go. Bonnie158, thanks for stopping by. Glory to Charizard. Alright. Porygon Z. I believe this is the first Distortion exclusive Pokemon we have to talk about. So that really sucks, because Distortions are very, very annoying. They're super random. As far as I can tell, if you never use a long rest, for 40 minutes, you're guaranteed to get a Distortion. In what universe are you playing a game where you don't use a long rest at some point within 40 minutes? Maybe. If you're like trading a bunch of different Pokemon. But Distortions are really annoying. At least Porygon appears in, I believe, all Distortions. So if you get a Distortion, you're probably going to be able to find at least one form of Porygon. And once you have one, you can go ahead and evolve it all the way up to the final form. Because you can get the evolution items from the trader with merit points. But it's really, really annoying to get. And once you get it, it's... okay. It's got very good special attack, that's true. But I mean, it's normal type, so what are you really doing, right? At least Hyper Beam doesn't suck in this game. Is it only Mireland's Distortion? I don't think that's true. Is Porygon only Mireland's? Oh, if it's only Mireland's, that's even worse. It is true. Uh-oh. Oh, wait, I can just check. Let's check this. So, I can actually see. Wait, what? It doesn't show up in anything. Oh, because it's Distortion. Uh-oh. Porygon and Obsidian? Okay. I think it appears in every Distortion. That might not be true, though. Oh, it gets T-Wave? Okay, okay. This is kind of hard to... like, I don't know how much to penalize Pokemon for being Distortion-specific. Cerebi says Mireland's only? Alright, I guess I'll trust that then. I think what I'm going to do is... put it at the very top of Why Bother. If you can get it, it's okay. Right? I mean, you can Thunder Wave things, and eventually you have a really good special attack to use non-stab coverage moves with. But it's just so annoying to get, and considering it's a double trade item evolution, assuming you don't catch the Porygon 2 version, in which case I guess it's only one trade item evolution. Hooray. Just such a hassle to get, and a lot of RNG for what in the end amounts to like an okay Pokemon. So this is why I bother mainly for the Rift mechanic. If you could just catch it out in the field, I'd probably give it a useful for capture. Does anybody strongly feel that this should be higher than Why Bother? No. Okay. Are you ranking Porygon 2 differently? No. I mean, I know that Porygon... So Porygon 2 is not strictly worse than Porygon Z. Porygon 2 is more defensive. And in competitive, like, they're very different in the actual base games. Because Porygon 2 with a Violite is actually, like, a pretty decent wall, and Porygon Z is, like, a kind of whatever attacker. But in this game, Porygon 2 just sucks. it's just worse. If I move it up, I'll have to move the Eeveelutions up. Alright. Yeah, I think it's just going to be top of Why Bother. Sorry, Porygon Z. Gengar! Gengar is good in pretty much every game it's been in. Is it good in this game? Yup. Yup. Good Pokemon. I don't know if there's any alpha spawns of it, but Ghastly is absolutely everywhere in Crimson Mirelands. So you'll have no problem catching one. You can also just catch a Haunter. How do I say it that way? Haunter. Really fast, really strong, and it can Hypnosis thing. Pretty good Pokemon. Wish it had Levitate. But I mean, it no longer has Levitate in the mainline games either, so I guess it's not that big of a loss. Kind of sad, though. But yeah, really good. Congratulations, Gengar, yet again at the top. Oh, when it gets Dazzling Gleam, even better. Gengar explodes if it ever gets touched. Same with Alakazam. Good thing you're never going to get hit. it's fast. It's strong. And it's above Alakazam because you can Hypnosis things. So you get extra utility there. You got an Alpha Shiny Gengar in a Distortion today. What are the odds of that? Congratulations. Okay, I think that's enough for Gengar. Spiritomb. I think everybody knows why it's here. I mean, do you want to do the Spiritomb quest? I don't. Ugh. But if you do, you get a Spiritomb. If you were to just warp a Spiritomb into your inventory, if it was just a normal Pokemon, or if somebody gives it to you from a trade, I'd probably put it, like, here around Sudowoodo. It's like a slow Pokemon that can at least kind of hit back, maybe, but to get one normally in the game, you have to go through a very, very annoying side quest that stretches every single zone of the game. No thank you. Any Spiritomb fans? Isn't Spiritomb basically post-game? I mean, as far as I know, you can get one as soon as you can get to Alabaster Icelands, because that's when you can get every Wisp. But, like, are you going to gather every Wisp? And it has no legs. Bad Pokemon. Look how many Pokemon at the top have legs. 4, 2, 2, 4, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2? 2, 2, 2, 2, 0, 0, 0, 0. Guys, we've cracked the code. I mean, I think Spiritomb's placement is very well described by the tier. Why bother getting this? You wouldn't. Alright. Honchkrow. Happy day for Honchkrow fans. This thing is good. This thing is strong. We're going to put it like here. This thing does big damage. Big damage. And you can get the alpha immediately in Crimson Mirelands at nighttime. Does crazy damage. Speed is like kind of suspect. It's not the fastest thing ever, but notably, It is a dark type that Giratina does not have a super effective hit against. So Giratina's moves are Aura Sphere, Dragon Claw, Earth Power, and Shadow Force. And the combination of Ghost and Fighting hits every single Pokemon in the game neutrally, except for one that was introduced in this game. And because Honchkrow is a flying type, it dodges getting hit super effectively by the Aura Sphere. So it might actually survive a hit, and it's able to hit with Stab Dark against Giratina off of a very, very high attack stat. So good job, Honchkrow. Bump it down a bit for the aggressive Murkrows. I mean, the Murkrows are really annoying, but I mean, that doesn't affect Honchkrow's rating. It's the boss! Very good Pokemon. Any complaints? The good feather. The god feather. And he does have an animation where he dabs. Yes, if you use Nasty Plot, he tips his hat. Milady, I'm about to crit you. Do additional complaints for Carnivine, maybe at the end. Murkrow and Paris are best friends in this game. Hey, at least Murkrow evolves into a good Pokemon. You just think we need more tiers? What would you suggest for more tiers? Leg tier, no. There's some legendaries. Alright. Giratina Origin's got a lot of legs. I don't know, doesn't feel right having Beautifly above Decidueye. Well, I mean, Beautifly gets status moves and Decidueye doesn't. I mean, Hyswien Decidueye really sucks. It's the only reason why it's at the top of Mez, because it's your starter, and, like, it's not that bad. It's just super slow. Alright. Unknown. So, Unknown got a ridiculous buff, so Hidden Power was reworked to be kind of like a mini Judgment. So how it works now is it's always super effective against the opponent, no matter what. So you're doing double damage all the time. That's incredible. How much damage are you doubling? Not much. Womp womp. It's Unknown. What we know about Unknown is that it's bad. I mean, its stats are just unsalvageable. But hey, at least Hidden Power's better in this game. Bad. Divide combat further? I mean, all of them are good at combat here. The ones that are just meh at combat are here, pretty much. I did not pick Unknown F. It was the base image in Bulbapedia is an F. So even they know F's for Unknown. It's... Walrein. Spheal, what happened to you? You used to be so cute. Well, Walrein's kind of hideous. Is it any good? I mean, not really, no. I think... Uh-oh. I don't think it's why bother. I'm going to put it here-ish. It's basically a really slow, bulky water. The ice type is both good and bad. I mean, you get stab ice. That's good. You're an ice type. That's bad. Most things die in 1 or 2 hits anyway, so, I mean, it doesn't change that much. You can basically backstrike and hope to kill them with an ice or water move. You probably won't, though. Uh-oh. Anything in defense of Walrein here? Or against Walrein, I think this is fine for it. It goes with these other bulky waters that don't really do much. Walrein gets an S in the potential clown tier list. I definitely would rather have this as a clown at my party than this, that's for sure. I missed Ursuluda, but I just wanted to say this is the first cross-gen Evo since 2013 with Sylveon. I guess, yeah, if you're not counting, like, regional forms. Well, I mean, this is a cross-gen Evo, right? Well, kind of. Well, no, it's not a true Evo. It's just a different form. So, yeah, I guess it is a real cross-gen Evo. It's not really a tier list as opposed to just saying either it's good or not. Isn't that what a tier list is? We did spend pretty much the first hour of this list trying to determine the criteria. Oh, Sword and Shield. Oh yeah, Obstagoon is kind of a cross-gen Evo, but also it's like a different variant, right? So I don't know if that counts. Alright. Octillery. Talk about SEA C tier. Wow, this thing is so boring. So unexceptional. Ugh. Put it here. Whatever. I mean, it gets a lot of beam moves. That's cool, but its stats are just trash. Are they trash? I mean, I'm like about to put them in the trash. They're not like there and already festering like with some of these Pokemon, but like it's not good. It's not exceptional at anything at all. This thing should get like what's the super launcher, like mega launcher? I wish I had that. It has Octazooka. Is Octazooka good? Not really. Decent special attack, but real slow. Before I condemn Octillery to this low, I'm going to double check its speed and also what Octazooka actually does in this game. Because it probably does something useful. At least it's not a Hex clone. Maybe I spoke too soon, though. I'm assuming it just obscures you. So let's see. Octillery stats. Octillery stats. It's got 45 speed. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. 105 in both offenses, that's not terrible, but 45 speed is bad. It gets a bunch of beam moves, we knew that. And what does Octazooka do? It is 65 base power, 85 accuracy. Ugh, what does it do? I'm assuming it just conceals you. It's just like Mud Bomb, right? I don't see a description for it in Legends, but I'm assuming it's just Mud Bomb. Yeah, this is not good. It's not good. It's just obscure, yeah. Octillery's got really good coverage. Yeah, it's not enough, though. Octillery isn't trash, but you can bring it to Goodwill as a donation. I do want people to take it away from me. I don't want it. I think because it's got okay offenses, we'll put it above these two. I think this is about fair. We'll actually put it above Walrein for also having better coverage. It's not getting higher than this. Alright. Why is Umbreon and why bother? I just got here. Because it's a purely defensive Pokemon in a game where purely defensive Pokemon are absolute garbage. Even worse than in the mainline games. Hey, what did I miss? Not much. And you won't miss anything once the premium edit comes out. Maybe later today if I don't, like, die after this stream. I might, though, because I'm really tired. How dare I put Porygon there? It's because it's distortion specific. That's why it's there. If it was just out in the field, it'd probably be, like, in the May area where you can, like, one-shot something with, like, a backstrike. Alright, Drapion. Why are there so many dark poison types in this game? I mean, dark poison is pretty good typing. I think it's better than Skuntank. Is it? It might not be. They're pretty interchangeable. Drapion, you can get the alpha right there in Cobalt Coastlands. It's like kind of hanging out on the coast. It's a great sentence. Good typing. And it's pretty fast, yeah. 95 base speed. It's surprisingly fast. Why isn't this a bug type, by the way? Going by number of legs, this thing's got to be pretty strong, right? It's got 6. That's pretty good. Are these two front things legs? I guess not. They're like pincers. I mean, dark, poison, pretty good type. You can Night Slash Giratina. It'll Earth Power you, but you probably won't die. Meh, it's okay. I think this is a fine place for it. Any Drapion fans? Venoshock, but no way to status. You wouldn't want a Venoshock anyway, right? Because that's a special move. That's true. Pinsir is not in this game. Sorry. No justice for Pinsir. Alright. Hyswien Arcanine. Fire Rock is a very suspicious type. I mean, it's no Magcargo, right? It's way better than Magcargo. Would I say this is actually good at combat? I don't know about that. I don't think I would say that, but I think it maybe is good enough to land in the crew where you can maybe go first and take them out before you get hit. Overall, its stat total is really high. That's always been the case with Arcanine, right? I think it's like 555, insanely high for a normal Pokemon that's not a non-pseudo. And Fire and Rock are both good offensive types. I mean, honestly, it's not that bad. I wish it was a little bit faster, but it's not that slow either. It's like 90, I think. Maybe it's better than this. I don't know. Since I think ground is so bad, certainly it's amazing, right? I mean, ground is definitely worse in this game than in most, but there's definitely ground types around. I don't know where to put this. I don't know if I would go so far as to say that it's useful for combat, but it's okay. I guess I'd describe it as meh. What do you fight with it? Good question. Electrode, I guess. Doesn't do too great against the super boss. Unfortunately. Giratina just destroys you. You can crunch it, I guess, but then you're going to get killed by Earth Power, but I don't think it stands out enough in any fights, or early enough to be useful for combat. So we'll put it here with the hits pretty hard crew. In fact, I think we'll actually move it up. We'll put it up here. I think this is a good place for it. Wish there was an alpha spawn. That would be nice. But you can Firestone it immediately. Assuming you have a Firestone, which you probably do by the time you get to Cobalt Coastlands. Sure. Alright. What is this thing? Ugly. It's really fast, so it goes first. And then what? Have we heard that before? About two boring, very, very uninteresting normal types? We have. Wow. So we know exactly where to put this. Whatever, we'll put it like here. Pretty much everything we said about these two also applies to Ugly. It's fast, so it goes first. And then what? It's a normal type. What's it gonna do? Not much. At least there's a static alpha. Oh, has hypnosis? Congratulations. We'll put it here. You did it. Fast hypnosis. That's pretty good. And then what? Alright. It's way better than Weirdeer. What? Is it? I think Weirdeer is better. think Weirdeer hits harder, and it gets a secondary typing, which is nice. I think Weirdeer's better. And I don't think Weirdeer's very good either. Yeah, and Weirdeer is such a pain to get in comparison. Yeah, it's pretty annoying. But I think it's better once you get it, slightly. Purugly is much faster, that's true. Important to you so far. How balanced do you think this game is compared to other games? Absolutely horribly. It's crap. There's no balance. But there's no balance in the base games either, so... I don't know if that's a good thing or not. But yeah, the way the battles go is... Almost no battle lasts past one turn, because most of them are wild battles where you just one-shot your opponent. In the battles that are actually against trainers, you just take turns one-shotting each other, and hopefully you win. And that's how you play the game. Wow. Machamp. Hits really, really hard. I wish it was faster. Hey, look at these guys. Well, it goes right there. I think overall Golem and Rhydon are a little bit more useful. But I mean, Machamp is fine. You can backstrike them, hope that you kill them in one hit, and if you don't, whoops. You got a lot of attack though, so you probably are going to take them out. And Machop is available very early in the first area, and I think there's a static alpha Machoke in Coastlands, and a very high level static alpha Machamp in Alabaster Iceland. So you have options. Drain Punch tank. I mean, you can try. Alright, Chatot. Oh. Alright, Chatot. Well, we have Chatters. But Chatter, the actual move, has been removed from the game, which is the only reason why you would ever use this thing. So why would you use this? You wouldn't. Why bother? I think its special attack is like 100-ish? How much special attack does this thing have? It does get Air Slash, I guess. Chatot should be lower, wow. Is it that bad? They did remove Boom Burst, yes. Let's see, what are Chatot's stats in this game? "91 speed, 92 special attack." Yikes. Yikes, it's basically Mothim. Where's Mothim? Mothim's available earlier. It's worse than Mothim. Yeah, we're putting it here. Chatot sucks. And as far as I can tell, there's no alpha spawns to redeem it either. Bad. Dusclops. One of the very few mandatory Pokemon you have to get. Not Dusknoir, but Dusclops you have to actually catch in order to complete the game, because you have to Dark Pulse the food for Basculegion? I don't know how that works. So Dusclops is a defensive Pokemon in a game where, you know, defensive Pokemon suck. Uh-oh. At least it's a Ghost type, and Ghost is really good. It's got 100 base attack, which is pretty good, but what moves are you actually using? I looked it up, and the best physical Ghost move you get is Shadow Sneak. You can get Shadow Ball, but you have, like, 65 base special attack, lmaooo. So you're basically going to be either Shadow Sneaking or, like, Leech Lifing? Like, what do you actually do to attack with this thing? Pretty much nothing. I mean... Here's Steelix. I think it's worse than Octillery. I think it's worse than Walrein. But because it's a ghost type, it's probably better at walling than these fools. And you are, I mean, there's no opportunity cost to get one, right? You have to catch one, so I think for that we'll put it in meh. He's slow with bad defenses. He is slow, but his defenses are really good. And it loses, yeah, negative legs from evolution. It starts with no legs, then it has 2, and then it goes back to none. Did it really evolve? We don't know. Empoleon. Hey, Water Steel's a really good type. And it actually has water moves and really good special attack. It's kind of slow, though. Where did we put Torterra? We put it in useful because it can actually status. Empoleon can't status. But, I mean, it does damage. It does big damage. How about this? I wish it was faster, but it's not that slow. It's like 70 or 80. And you can get the alpha in Cobalt Coastlands near Turnback Cave where you eventually catch Giratina. It does get Wave Crash, which unfortunately has recoil, which is really annoying. But I mean, you're going to die in one hit anyway, so may as well deal recoil damage to yourself. 60 speed. Ooh, uh-oh. I think high meh is fine for it. I wouldn't say it's a combat superstar. It's a bit too slow for that, but good typing, does damage. I hope you one-shot them with your backstrike, otherwise you're in trouble. But not that much trouble, because Water and Steel is a good type. There we go. Mantine. It's a somewhat slow, it's not that slow, but not very fast defensive Pokemon in a game where not very fast defensive Pokemon are bad. I think we'll put it there. Very nearly don't bother. But I mean, it's a water type. It's not that bad. There's no water types in Why Bother yet. You can do something with this thing. We're making our own C tier right here. Look at this. A bunch of mediocre water types. Octillery fan just happy to see it and don't bother. I mean, you can backstrike and maybe kill something with it. Maybe. I wouldn't try it. Basculegion. So Basculegion has 2 forms depending on its gender. There's male Basculegion, which has better offenses, which is all that matters. So it's just better. It's how much better? I mean, slightly. Is it good overall? No. But it is a ghost type, and ghost types are really good. Where are we going to put this? I think it's hanging out near the bottom of this backstrike them and hope to take them out in one hit tier. And Water Ghost is pretty good typing. Really annoying evolution, but it's not that hard once you know how to do it. You can just destroy lower leveled Pokemon to take a bunch of damage and then just heal so you're never in threat of actually knocking yourself out and having to redo it. I wish these were better. I think they're pretty cool, but also, catching these things is an absolute nightmare. It's so skittish. Like, it runs away at the very first hint of your existence. And you have to catch it, fittingly enough, on Basculegion. And catching things on Basculegion is just a nightmare. It's the worst part of the game by far. Yeah, so female Basculegion is more balanced offenses, leaning special. Male leans physical attack, and they have the same defenses. I don't want balanced offenses. I want a good offense, which the male one has. So male one is definitely better. You can jump and will not scare him. I'm assuming you mean jump on Basculegion to not spook them, but catching Pokemon while using the jump, like, just doesn't work. That's... Alright, I think that's it for Basculegion. Alright. Ninetales. It's pretty fast and it gets hypnosis. That's about it. Why are Ninetales' stats so bad? You'd think it'd be faster. You'd think it'd be stronger. But you'd be wrong. Oh well. Where do we put this? Here-ish? I think it's... here-ish? There is an alpha, which you can get in the... Cobalt Coastlands. It's on Firespit Island. So you get an alpha Ninetales. Hooray. What are you gonna do? Hypnosis something and then do mediocre damage to it. Sure. At least it's fast. Put it here-ish. Are we ranking Alolan Ninetales? We are. I think it's actually good. I think I'm going to put Alolan Ninetales at the very bottom of useful for combat because it's really late. You can only get it in... no hypnosis on either form? I know that Alolan Ninetales doesn't have it. Does Cantonian Ninetales also not have hypnosis? We gotta check this, I guess. It does in the base games. Did they take it away? Let me check. It's got... here we go. Wow, no hypnosis. Well, that sucks. Uh-oh. Well, I guess we gotta redo this. Well, thanks for correcting me, so... Ninetales. Why doesn't Ninetales have better stats? You'd think it'd be faster, you'd think it would be stronger, but you would be wrong on both. At least it can hypnosis things. Not in this game? Whoops. Alright, well, not good then. We'll put it here-ish. Yeah. You can backstrike something. Maybe you can get 2 turns. Maybe you can take it out. It's pure type. That's not good. Just very underwhelming overall. There is an alpha you can get on Firespit Island in the Cobalt Coastlands, but I mean, I don't really think that saves it at all. It's just very mediocre and unexciting overall. I wish there was a different version of it. Oh, what luck there is! Wow, Alolan Ninetales. Hey! It's way better. It's way better. Although, unfortunately, it's not in the game much. It's a gift from an Alolan dude in Alabaster Icelands. All ice Pokemon in this game have the equivalent of Slush Rush, so if it's snowing, you get doubled speed. You're pretty fast to begin with, which is nice, and you're an ice type, but you're a fairy type. Nice. Fairy is insanely OP, and this thing is very, very good against... I don't want to say his name, but people have already said it, and everybody knows who it is. But the Super Boss is quite weak to Alolan Ninetales. I just wish this was in more of the game. If it was, it'd probably be in useful. Alolan Ninetales, pretty good. Imagine that, an Ice type actually being better than a Fire type, even though they're the same species. Wow. Alright. Tentacruel. Where do you find this thing? In the sea? Should be pretty easy. It's decently fast? Not that fast, but like, okay. And then you can hit things with water moves? I guess you can hit them with poison moves? What do you hit them with? Something, I guess. And hope that they die? You better hope pretty hard. What other moves does this thing get? I probably gets Ice Beam, right? Oh, Dazzling Gleam? Oh, okay, alright. That's okay. We're gonna put this above Wall Rain because it's much faster. I believe you can get an Alpha as well in Cobalt Coastlands, sort of in between Fire Spit Island and the Ghost Hand place. Finneon. One of the most forgettable, boring Pokemon of all time. It's C tier even within C tier. In fact, we're going to go ahead and make it memorable because it gets to be the very first water type, and don't bother. Who cares about this thing? Are there any Finneon fans? Even if you say you are, I don't believe you. Who cares? Oh my goodness. Whatever. At least it gets to be near the top of why bother. Yes, everyone please type the first letter of Finneon in chat. And Ferb isn't even in this game, it's just Finneon. Where's Ferb? Dumb. It does have a guaranteed alpha, this time between Fire Spit Island and Turnback Cave, but yeah, that doesn't save it. Who cares? I don't. Maybe you do. If you do, go ahead and use it. Nice offensive stats? Finneon? No. Oh, is this called Lumineon? I've been calling it the wrong name. It shows how much I care about it. I'm not doing a retake. Luminion's offensive stats are 69. Oh, I get it. Okay. Alright. Magmortar. Hits pretty hard. Kind of slow, but not that slow. Gets like Thunderbolt Psychic. Pretty good coverage. Is that enough for it to be useful in combat? No. But you can hang out with the crew where you hope to kill them with a backstrike. And you probably can. Good job, Magmortar. Why did I put Arcanine in meh? It's cool. It is cool. It doesn't count for anything, though. Magnezone. Oh. Magnezone. Get in the zone. Very weird availability, so Magnemite and Magneton are only in distortions in Cobalt Coastlands, but you can get Magnezone, he's just flying around in the sky in Coronet Highlands. Very weird. So because you can reliably get this in Coronet Highlands, I don't think we have to penalize it for being mostly distortion exclusive. How good is it? I mean, it's got a really good defensive type. I think the most resistances of any type combo ever, and it's got a crazy special attack stat, so even though you're never getting a second turn ever, if you backstrike something, you're probably going to kill it, so we're going to go ahead and put it below Magmortar. There you go. Oh, it gets Thunderwave, right? We'll put it here, because after you Thunderwave them, you can actually kill them. Maybe. Good luck with that speed stat, though. I wouldn't actually try and fight with this, though. Its speed is just too bad. But it does a lot of damage if it ever moves. It won't, though. Anything else to say about Magnezone? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Oh. I gotta make sure these are actually on screen. Bronzong. It gets Hypnosis. And it's got a really good defensive type, so you'd think that it could wall. Maybe if this wasn't Legends Arceus, it could. Oh well. Where does this go? It's definitely better than these guys. It's Coronet Highlands is, I think, the earliest you can get it, so we'll actually put it, like, here-ish. You can Hypnosis them, and you'll probably survive at least 2 hits. Wish this was faster. Oh well. This also really misses pre-Gen 6 Steel, because the Steel nerf to no longer resist Ghost or Dark gave this thing 2 additional weaknesses, and it also lost Levitate and Heat Proof. Like, wow, this thing is a huge loser when it comes to Legends mechanics. So sad. Electivire. Well, Magmortar was here. Is that where Electivire goes? I mean, they're kind of similar, right? Nah, I think Electivire's way better. I think Electivire's way better. For one, you can get a very reliable Alpha at near the very top of Mount Coronet. This thing can Thunder Wave, and it also just does big deeps. Hit it with a bunch of punches, physical moves. It's hitting you hard, and it's okay in terms of speed. Not a superstar, but good enough. So can both status and fight, and has a readily available, very strong Alpha. Good job, Electivire. Wild Charge sucks, but, you know, I mean, we talked about it with Luxray, but although Wild Charge is still bad, everything else relative to Wild Charge has been nerfed, so Wild Charge is not as bad. Alright, Gliscor. I really wish Earthquake was in this game. Just... without it, Gliscor is much worse. But, I mean, hey, it's not the worst thing ever. There is an Alpha available in, like, a little valley in Coronet Highlands. I think we'll put it here. It's not better than Snorlax. We'll put it here-ish, because it's very hard to kill. Wish it had Poison Heal. It's missing a lot from the Legends mechanics changes, but it's still, like, a fairly solid Pokemon. It's okay in speed, okay in attack, with really good typing. This might be a little bit too high, honestly, but I kind of like Gliscor. Anything's, Basculegion on meh? Yeah, I don't think it's very good. Where's Weavile? It's on the list, right? We just haven't ranked it yet. Gliscor should be under Skuntank. I think it's better than Skuntank. You don't see it on the list? Weavile's right here. I think Gliscor is a little bit better than Skuntank. It's faster and its typing overall, I'd say, is better. It's also got pretty decent moves. Gliscor is fast. It's not that fast. I think it's 95. 95's not bad. It's okay. It's fast enough that you're not going to be getting doubled. Alright. Garchomp. Previously King of Sinnoh. Garchomp really doesn't like this game, because they nerfed its 2 best moves. Earthquake is literally gone, and Outrage has been changed to kind of like a Dragon-type rollout. It only has 85% accuracy. Gross. And the first time you use it, it's kind of weak, and it gets stronger the second time. But in between the first time you use it and the second time you use it, because of the new Fixate mechanic, you have to take a hit that deals increased damage to you. Why? Like, I don't know why they destroyed the move so much. But I mean, it's a 600 BST Pokemon that's really fast and has a readily available, incredibly powerful alpha waiting for you in the Alabaster Icelands. So, I mean, it's not that bad. It's pretty good. We'll put it here. That's also, like, the lack of Earthquake isn't that bad because, I mean, Bulldoze lowers your opponent's turn priority, and you're really fast, so you're almost always going to get to Bulldoze twice. I'd rather still just have Earthquake, but it's not as bad as it initially sounds. Garchomp, stay winning. I mean, it'll never be bad. It's ridiculous stats. You can get one as an Alpha Gabite in Coronet Highlands, but if you just wait a little bit, you can go ahead and get the static 85 Alpha in Alabaster Icelands, and that's ready to just beat the game for you. Very strong. Nose Pass. Is that what this thing is called? Probopass. Sorry. Probopass. Should Probopass on this thing. Ooh. Bad. Bad. Super, super duper slow with awful exploitable typing. Doesn't do anything on defense. It has Thunder Wave, right? Alright, there you go. And you can get a static alpha, so it at least comes at a decent level. But man, this thing is underwhelming. Very, very disappointing. Also, this is my chance to talk about how we don't have a compass in the game. So some people are saying we shouldn't have a minimap because it breaks immersion. I don't agree. I think it's more immersion breaking to have to open up the full map every few minutes to figure out where you're going. But there is absolutely zero excuse for there not to be at least a compass. There is literally a quest in the game where you have to help a lady find her way using Nosepass as a compass. And you don't have a compass in this game. Are you kidding me? Well, they're not kidding me because it's not in the game. Wow, huge defense stats. Now let me take a big sip of water as I check that HP stat. Bad, bad. But at least it gets Thunder Wave. Why is Alolan Ninetales good for combat? Because it destroys the super boss. It destroys 4 of his 6 Pokemon, and it's also very good against the double Giratina. Yeah, I think that's it for Probopass. Okay. Hisuian Voltorb. It's really fast. So it goes first and second. And, I mean, it's okay at that. I mean, it's got 80 in offenses. That's not great, but when you move twice, it's pretty good. Where do we put this? I don't quite think it's good enough to go in useful for combat, but it's crazy fast, and it gets Thunder Wave. So I think we can actually put this pretty high up in useful for capture. Like, if you're gonna use a Thunder Wave bot, you're probably gonna use this thing. 150 base speed is insanity. I wish it could fight a little bit better, but I mean, very good Thunder Wave bot. Probably the best Thunder Wave bot in the game. Thunderbolt and Ice Ball. Bolt Ball, baby! That's cute. I don't know if it's that good. Bottom of useful, really. Thunderbolt, Energy Ball, Chloroblast for finishing off stuff, and Thunder Wave. Typing, honestly, really good. I disagree with that, but I mean, it's not the worst thing ever. Honestly, speed is so busted in this game that we will, I think, actually put it at the bottom of useful, because even though its offenses are, like, kind of meh, you get so many attacks that it kind of makes up for it. And having extra attacks is very flexible, right? Or it's better to say extra turns, right? Because you can do anything. This thing's pretty good. Congratulations, Hisuian Electron. I didn't expect this. Also, why is Gallade useful? Because it's got Hypnosis, so it can help with capture. And it's really strong. Like, it can also fight. Why is Mr. Mime that low? Discount Alakazam is no slouch. I think it is a slouch. I mean, it's pretty heavily discounted, right? I mean, Alakazam is from Whole Foods, and this is you're doing your shopping at Dollar General. MJDXP, I'm glad you're enjoying this stream. How long have we been going? Probably gonna be done within an hour. Not much more to go. A lot of these are just legends that we don't have much to say about. I get Gardevoir with Stab Moonblast, but Gallade? I mean, Gallade's pretty strong, right? It's got very good attack, and it's got a bunch of different coverage moves. It's definitely not as good as Gardevoir, but it can hold it on its own. It's pretty good. Rotom. So Rotom on its own is not that bad, but like, I don't even know if I should rank base form Rotom. Because base form Rotom should basically never be used. You should always be using one of the forms, because the forms are basically evolutions when it comes to stats. The forms all have the same stats, and that those stats are higher than base Rotom. Honestly, Rotom itself at base, I think goes... We'll put it like here in the meh tier, because it's a ghost type. Ghost is really good. But its stats are just really middling. And the thing is that even though all of these Rotom forms are better than base Rotom, you are never seeing them ever. So I have almost 130 hours played, and I only have one appliance. I just have the fan, which is the meme. I don't have any of the other ones. I've never been offered them by that Gunther dude. Oh, it's got Thunderwave? Congratulations. Honestly, all the appliances, I think I have to put them in Don't Bother. Because it is pure RNG if you can get any of them. You're never going to see them. Unless you're lucky. I've only gotten the fan. And I've done up to Arceus, and I'm a 10-star member. It's pure luck. I guess we can at least try and rank the forms. So if you were to actually get these forms reliably, I would probably put them near the very top of useful, because they all can Thunderwave, and most of them are like pretty good. I think the best is definitely Wash, because I mean water type's good, followed by Fire. Then we'll go, honestly, probably Frost, just because, I mean, Ice is a terrible defensive type, but I mean, Blizzard, sure, I'll take it. And then we'll go ahead with Mo, and last with Fan. Fan's kind of a meme, but I mean, it's not the worst thing ever. So if you could actually get the appliances, they would be in this order, probably above Rapidash is what I would say. For me, it was neither expensive nor difficult to get them, so it's kind of shocking. I mean, these are all electric types. I've only gotten one appliance, having completed the entire game. They also all really, really miss Levitate. Because Levitate is a huge part of what makes Rotom good. Without Levitate, they all suffer. Most of all, Rotom Heat, because now you're getting destroyed by quadruple effective Earthquake, which is not in the game. So quadruple effective high horsepower, I guess. The availability is the only reason why they're down this low. You're certain you can get different forms as normal wild Pokemon? I've never seen them. I've never seen them. It might be true. I've never seen them. If I didn't see it, it didn't happen. You can't? I just Googled it. Okay. Alright, next. Chimico. Can you guess where this is going? The question is, does it get hypnosis? I don't think it does. Can somebody look this up, please? It does. Okay. Congratulations, Chimico, because otherwise you were going to the depths of don't bother. Well, you get hypnosis and there's a high-level static alpha, so, I mean, it's better than Probopass. Get Pachirisu way earlier. Put it here. So you get hypnosis and there's a high-level static alpha in Alabaster Icelands near Lake Valor. Yay. Isn't hypnosis 80 accuracy? It doesn't affect its tiering, but I am going to give Chimico a dishonorable mention for being part of one of the most boring quests in the entire game, which is really saying something. So there's the... This is old lady who's like, oh, Chimico is under my eaves. Go find a home for it. And you just go talk to a bunch of people who don't want Chimico either. And Chimico at the end is like, oh, I think I'll stay with the old lady, and that's it. And then you get, like, a grit rock or something. Just a complete waste of time. So boring. Almost as boring as Chimico itself. Mismagius. This is a cool Pokemon. Does Mismagius get hypnosis? I feel like it does, but I also feel like it doesn't. Are people able to search this? Yes, it does! Hey, congratulations, Mismagius. So that's pretty good news, because I think we're going to put it all the way up here? So being a ghost type is great because you get to dodge all of the random normal moves that get thrown your way. There's a static alpha in Coronet Highlands in the little graveyard area thingy. And then you can catch it, you can hypnosis some stuff, it's pretty fast. So ghost type is good. I wouldn't quite put it in useful overall because its combat is kind of sus. But it's not awful. Like, if you were making this list and you put Mismagius at the bottom of useful, I wouldn't say you were wrong. I'm just not entirely sold on it. Better than Electrode? I don't think so. Electrode is insanely fast in a game where speed is everything. Yeah, 105 special attack and speed is fine, and coverage is solid, yeah. I would describe this as other people have as discount Gengar, which is basically where it is. Alright. Clefable. Is that how it sounds? I think so. Clefable. So you find this, there's a static alpha in the Moon View Grove? Moon something Grove in Coronet Highlands. It's a fairy type, that's pretty good. But unfortunately, one of the best things about Clefable is its ability Magic Card, which doesn't exist in this game. So it loses a lot from that. I would put this in useful for combat if it was, faster or available earlier. But I think, considering it's like kind of slow and very meh, on the merits of it being a fairy type, we're going to probably put it near the very top of meh, is what I'm thinking. I wish this was faster, I wish this was available earlier, but it's not the worst thing ever. Really misses Magikarp. Yeah, why would you use this when you could use Togekiss? Togekiss is way better. Is Gengar above Alakazam because of immunities? It's because it has Hypnosis. Also, it's a Ghost type. But mainly Hypnosis and Ghost type. So Pokemon that are in useful basically are good at combat and also maybe have a status move. They're either really good at combat or they have a status move. Or they're with you for the entire game. Everybody okay with Clefable here? Why is Staraptor useful? Because it's at the start of the game and it kills everything. Okay, I don't see people rioting about Clefable. Okay. Next, we've got this Sonic Forces OC that somehow became an official Pokemon. Insane stats. Absolutely crazy stats. I wish you got this earlier, but still, wow. We're doing massive damage at an incredible speed. That's crazy. Yeah, Sneasler is coming for you at 120 base speed with 130 attack. Prepare yourself. You're about to get destroyed. That's ridiculous stats. But unfortunately, the typing is kind of sus. And it doesn't do that well against Giratina. Unlike, wow, look at this, Jotonian Sneasel. So Jotonian Sneasel, I think, you're never going to hear me say this again. It's better because it's an ice type. But yeah, what's the strongest, most dangerous Pokemon in the entire game? It's a Ghost Dragon type. What type is Weavile? Ghost Dark. Hey. Oh my, I messed up the entire, I ruined it. Ice Dark. Unfortunately, it's really annoying to get because it's only distortion zones in Obsidian Fieldlands, which is really annoying. But honestly, I think this thing is so busted, it's like worth it. Like, I know that Porygon Z is all the way down here, but that's because you have to kind of like hunt for it, and at the end you get like this thing. I think that Weavile is actually worth getting. It's by far the best ice type in the game. It destroys everything. Because it moves first and second because it's super fast, and it does massive damage. Yeah, I think these are good placements for the Sneasel twins. Ridiculous stats. Pretty much exactly what you want in this game. I just wish that they were both available earlier, and I wish that Weavile wasn't a distortion exclusive. It's cute that all ice types have Slush Rush, but think about when that actually matters. Almost never, right? Because it only really snows in Alabaster Icelands out in the open, and like, what are you actually fighting there? Yeah, of course, if they ever get hit, they just explode. But, I mean, that's true for most Pokemon in this game. Just don't get hit, bro. You can get Weavile pretty early if you hunt for satchels. I guess as soon as you can get distortions, right? Alright. Glalie. Well, we just talked about a really good ice type. I guess we should balance things out by talking about Glalie. How low does this go? I think it's better than these guys. Maybe. Ugh. Horrible Pokemon. 80 in every stat. Is that good? Nope. Nope. At least there's a static alpha that you can get in the middle, like, of the snowy field place right next to, was it Avalug's Legacy? Easily available. Do you want it? I'd say just leave it available. Ugh. Gross. I mean, the best thing I can say about this is that his Japanese name is really good. So its Japanese name is Onigori. So, first of all, it sounds like onigiri, which is the Japanese word for rice ball. You might know it as jelly donut. It also sounds like demon goalie, which is why it looks like a hockey mask. It also kind of looks like a rice ball. And my favorite part is that it also sounds like demon ice. Because there's a very popular summer snack here in Japan. I guess in English it's just shaved ice. But in Japanese it's called kakigori, and then this thing is called onigori, so it's great. Excellent name. Too bad it's attached to this Pokemon. Whoops. Frostlass. Way better than this thing. Still not very good though, but hey, it's faster. That's good in a game where speed counts for a lot. It's a dual type. That's good in pretty much every Pokemon game. And it's a ghost type. That's really good in this game where everything's spamming normal moves. So, where does Frostlass go? Definitely in a different tier. I think we're actually going to put it here-ish. It's not great, but it's way better. It's way better. But yeah, it comes late and still struggles to hurt things, but I mean, it's okay. Good in combat? I wouldn't go that far. Like, look at the Pokemon that are actually good in combat. These are some heroes. Does Frostlass get to hang with them? No way. No way, but it's okay. It escapes the dishonor of why bother. It's also a very cool Pokemon, like, lore-wise, because there's a yokai. Yokai Watch Stream 1. There's a yokai called the Yukionna, the Snow Woman, who basically ambushes lost travelers on snowy mountains. And, I mean, I guess before you die, you get to meet a waifu, because, spoilers, she kills you. And that's what this is modeled after, so pretty cool. The fossils. Uh-oh. So, Rampardos. I mean, it hits really hard. Are you ever going to catch one? Probably not, because it's distortion exclusive in Coronet Highlands. But at least it hits really hard. So I think with that in mind, we can put it sort of next to Porygon Z, in that if you get it, it hits really hard. Good luck getting it. Is that fair enough for Rampardos? Slow, yeah. It is very slow, but hey, I mean, backstrike them and one-shot them. You can actually one-shot them for sure with Rampardos. Yeah, don't worry about the other stats. They don't exist. At the very least, if you backstrike your opponent, you will kill them. That's not even a question. So that's nice. Rampardos sucks. I used it in Diamond once. It's pretty good in that game, I think. I think I gave it an A in my tier list. It hits ridiculously hard, which is what you really care about in-game anyway. I think that's it for Rampardos. Okay. Next. Gastrodon. This might actually be the single worst Pokemon in the game. Yeah, it might actually be. So, really hard to catch because it's a distortion exclusive. But unlike Rampardos, who will one-shot you after he sneaks up on you, Gastrodon does literally nothing. It sits there, and then you kill it because it's super slow and it has a horrible, 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 horrible typing. The only reason it's above Spiritomb is because you'll never catch Spiritomb. But if you could catch both of them, yeah, Gastrodon is worse. It might actually be the worst Pokemon in the game. I think it legitimately is worse than Unknown. I wouldn't say that if Hidden Power hadn't had the buff, but considering that Hidden Power is always super effective, yeah, Gastrodon sucks. It just stands there. Menacingly. I wouldn't even say menacingly. It just stands there. This is an absolute travesty. Like, you'd be better off, like, trying to fight with an actual wall. Just point at a wall and hope that it attacks the opponent. Horrible. Horrible. Anybody in defense of Gastrodon? I don't think so. Pretty ironic that a Pokemon all about defense needs other people to defend it. I'd rather go through the trouble of getting Spiritomb than Gastrodon. I agree. I love that reference. I used it on my students the other day. Which one? The menacingly one? Who defends the defender? Nobody in this chat. Gastrodon? Bastia don't. Enough of that. Mamoswine. Oh, I scrolled up when I shouldn't have. Mamoswine. In terms of Pokemon that hit really hard and just hope to kill you with a backstrike, Mamoswine is pretty good. I mean, Ice and Ground are both excellent offensive types. You get this thing kind of late, but there is a guaranteed alpha. And if you backstrike your opponent, you're probably going to kill them. I think I'm actually going to put this here-ish? Mamoswole. Yeah, this thing has crazy attack. And also, it's buff enough that honestly, you might actually survive an Aura Sphere from Giratina and get back to hit it with an Icicle Crash. And 80 speed is not even that bad. Like, honestly, Mamoswine, if you could get it earlier in the game, I would maybe even put it in useful for combat. I just really wish it wasn't in the last area of the game. That really holds it back. But Mamoswine, on its own merit, it's pretty darn good. Mamoswine should be useful for combat. I think it's just too late. Like, look at the Pokemon that are in useful for combat that come in Alabaster Icelands. It's Alolan Ninetales who annihilates the Super Boss, and it's a level 85 Alpha Garchomp. And I wouldn't say Mamoswine is as good as either of those. Yeah, all three of the Mamoswine evolutionary line have fixed alphas. I don't know why, but I mean, sure. Sweenup's really cute. We're almost done, guys. We're doing it. Do you think it's worth going at the very bottom of good for combat? I don't know. I don't know. I could be persuaded that way. I don't think it's crazy. I think it's actually Swinub because it's a swine, but I always called it Sweenub when I was growing up because I didn't know swine was a word because I was like 6. At least put it at the top of meh. You know what? We'll do that. We'll do that. So, it's one of the best attackers once you actually get it, but it's not so good that it transcends meh. You'll also notice that it's actually faster than all these other one-shot fools. Okay. I think that's enough for Mamoswine, right? Wow, every one of Volo's Pokemon except for Spiritomb is weak to Mamoswine stab combo? That's crazy. Really? Well, when you put it that way, yeah, we'll put it up here. I still think it's not as good as Alolan Ninetales, but wow, good job, Mamoswine. He really lucked out that he does well in the only battle in the entire game. Alright, what's next? Avalugg. Alright, so I believe base Avalugg is one of the worst Pokemon of all time. It's a super slow defensive mono ice type. I believe this is actually the Hisuian form. It's one of the nobles, right? Yeah, it is. And it gets a dual type. Dual types are almost always better than monotypes. So, what's the dual type? It's, what is this? It's ice. Ice. Ugh. Ice rock? You're kidding me. But you're not kidding me. Oh my goodness. How did you take one of the worst Pokemon ever and make it even worse? Well, I mean, they can rearrange the stats, right? So I mean, if we check the stats, 35 base speed? You're never getting a turn ever. Literally glacial speed. Literally glacial speed. Oh my goodness. But I mean, it gets a signature move, right? And most signature moves are pretty good. Like, what's the signature move? It's, what's it? It's Mountain... Signature move is actually fine. It's pretty good. I wish it was 100 accuracy. Yeah, literally glacial. Horrible Pokemon overall. So it has 127 attack. Because of the mechanics of this game, you can maybe backstrike something and kill it. And because of the way turn order works in battle, when one of your other Pokemon gets knocked out, you can send out Avalugg, and then you'll never get another turn with any of your Pokemon ever, but hey, you can attack once with Avalugg. It's so bad. Where does this go? Honestly, I'm going to put it above Glalie because you can at least backstrike things and do massive damage. But you better hope you kill them because you're dead next turn no matter what. And it goes without saying, yeah, Ice Rock is a contender for the worst typing in the history of the franchise. It's so bad. I also have a shiny one, unfortunately. I would have taken anything else, please. Awful. And yes, it's 35 base speed with a boosted speed base by 10. They rearranged its stats. At least they tried. They could have tried harder. Other than Ice Rock, what's the worst? Honestly, I don't know. Ice Bug's really bad. Fire Rock is also pretty bad. No, Fire Rock's not that bad. No, it is that bad, but it's not like Ice Rock bad. At least put Glalie above this atrocity? No, it's better than Glalie. Because 127 attack means you can backstrike stuff. Buggrass might be the worst. Buggrass is really bad too. Speaking of Ice Grass as one of the worst possible type combinations. Abomasnow. This guy really let himself go after leaving office. Man, he's bad. He's better than Glalie. Because, I mean, I'll take a dual type over not a dual type. But yeah, if you ever get hit, you're going to die. So you can backstrike things, and your offenses aren't good enough to actually take them out. But, I mean, you can pray. I mean, if you're using Abomasnow, you've already given up on, you know, trying to win, right? You're just doing it because you like Abomasnow? Whatever. Hey, Snow Warning's a really powerful ability. Too bad it's not in this game. Whoops. Still better than Glalie. I mean, it's all connected, right? I mean, the dude from Alola is in the Alabaster Highlands. And Abomasnow, we know, he grew up and was born in Alola. And just had a major change of heart and decided to become an ice type somehow. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. I should have done this entire thing as an Obama impersonation, right? Now, let me be clear. Abomasnow has a poor typing. That's true. However, I would say that being a dual typing allows it to outperform monotypes like Glalie. Ice types all die in one hit anyway. Doesn't really matter if you take quadruple damage. I tried my hardest. Alright, whatever. Let me be clear. Okay. Not a bad Obama impression. Thank you. I tried. Alright. Hisuian Zoroark. Giga Chad typing. Like, I honestly was shocked. Because normal is very whatever typing. And Ghost is, a pretty good typing. But it turns out when you pair Ghost and Dark... I messed up. Well, you kind of know where I'm going to go with this, so... Hisuian Zoroark. Giga Chad typing? I really didn't expect this, so... Normal on its own is very whatever. Ghost on its own is pretty good. It turns out when you combine normal and Ghost, you get Insanity, 3 immunities, only 1 weakness. And all 3 of those immunities are very useful. What? This thing is so good. Like, if you got this earlier in the game, like, I think if you got this thing in... What's the first zone? Obsidian Fieldlands. I would probably say this was the best Pokemon in the game. It's crazy. Its stats are crazy. It's so fast, it's so strong, and it specifically destroys Giratina, because Giratina's unwallable Ghost fighting combination is walled by Zoroark. I mean, he can still Dragon Claw you, but you'll probably survive. Insanely good. I just wish you could get this earlier. I think even considering how late you get this, I'm going to put it like tier-ish. It's so good. You should use this thing. It's ridiculous. And as a signature move, it gets a Hex Clone. Imagine that. That's one of the many Hex Clones, but it's got that. It's very, very, very good. Very frail, which is unfortunate, but you're never getting hit because you're just going to knock out your opponent. Very good Pokemon. Congratulations, Hisuian Zoroark. You did it. Zoroark is way too frail. You should never be getting hit. Anything else to say about Hisuian Zoroark? It doesn't even have Illusion, but it's still amazing. Illusion doesn't really do anything, but it is fun. Yeah, very good Pokemon. Alright, next. Almost to the legendaries here. Hisuian Bravery. I think much worse than you'd think. So, Hisuian Bravery is very slow. And also just has a very weird stat spread. It's bad. It's shockingly bad. You'd think it'd be better. No static alphas as far as I can tell. Super slow, mediocre typing. Okay signature move, I guess? I thought this thing would be way better, but I think honestly, for how late in the game you get this, this is like a why bother. Like, it's not the worst thing ever. You can pump some grit into it and maybe get some use out of it, but oh my, like, honestly, why bother? There's so many better things you could be doing at this point in the game. Ugh. Hey, Ruffled in the Wild are like level 53 already. Like, they're 2 levels away from evolving. That's fine, but this thing is so slow. Why is it so slow? Why are 2 of your ride Pokemon just absolute slugs? S plus for transportation, though. Yeah, I mean, you'll be seeing Hisuian Bravery a lot in your playthrough, just not on your team. Yeah, its signature move, Esper Wings, does raise your action speed, but here's an idea. How about you just have good speed? What if you're not using Esper Wings? What if you want to use one of your other 3 moves? I guess you're out of luck. Slow. Bad. Late. Bad. Alright. Lucario! People love Lucario. Some people really love Lucario. Uh-oh. I wish you could get this earlier, but, I mean, for the point in time you get it, it's okay. I wish I could put it in useful for combat, but I think it's so late that I can't. I mean, it's late, and it's also not that exceptional. Its speed is okay. Its special attack is good. Its attack is good. Its typing is good. It's just that those things need to be, like, really great to get it up here at the point in the game where you get it. If you got this much earlier, I'd probably put it in useful for combat, because it's not bad at all. But I mean, like, Mamoswine is doing more. Sorry, Lucario. But I mean, like, you're pretty high up in Meh. It's pretty good. Fast enough to actually not get doubled. Strong enough to knock out in one hit, maybe. It's not bad. Any other comments about Lucario? A non-defensive steel type is kind of pointless. I agree in this game. In the base games, it's actually incredibly useful. Because just being a steel type makes you so much harder to kill. But in this game, you just die to everything, so not so much. Lucario, no, it's not that bad. You think Lucario is a bit too high up in Meh? Yeah, I could see that. Honestly, yeah, you're right. I think it's probably, we'll put it, like, here. I think that's better. Lucaris so-so. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Unfortunate. Wish you could get it earlier. Alright. So now we're getting into the point of the game where basically all of these... Well, here we go. Now we're getting to the point of the game where availability is really a question, because for most of these, you can use them for literally 2 battles, right? You use them for the Super Boss, and you use them for Arceus. Except for Arceus itself. I don't really know why it's on the list. I'm trying to cover the chat stuff. Just make a new tier list for legendaries and rank within that? I don't know. I mean, I think they have to be compared against everything. Alright, so here we go. Alright, Uxie. What's this? This is the thing of knowledge. It's not that slow, but it's a very meh defensive psychic type that you get at the very end of the game. Honestly, like, it's not the worst thing ever, but why bother? Why do this? Look at all these other Pokemon you could be using. Don't use this. They're at decent levels, I guess. Mesprit is pretty much the exact same as Uxie, except it's, like, uglier, and it's a little bit better. Because it's a little bit more offensive. Oh, do they both have Hypnosis? At this point, you're not really catching Pokemon anymore, right? It's basically just a spam fest of catching legendaries. I don't think Hypnosis really counts anymore. Meh, Spirit. Well put. Azelf is actually way better than the others, because it's very offensively leaning. So I think we'll go ahead and put Azelf, actually. At least in Meh. It's actually quite strong, but the game is, like, over when you get it. What are you going to use this for? Alright, we'll move Mesprit up to Meh, just because it's in its name. And to differentiate it from Uxie. Are you using Azelf that late? Probably not, but you can. It's not that bad. Heatran. It's a good Pokemon. I wish it was actually in the game. We'll put it here. I think it's a little less useful than Azelf, because Azelf is just like a monstrous attacker. But Heatran has a very good type, Fire Steel. It can actually survive hits. It's not that slow. It's kind of slow. But, Fire's good. I think that's okay for Heatran. All the Pixies get a new signature move, but whatever. I don't think it's that good. What does signature move do? It's like Mystical Might or something. Mystical Power does damage and raises either the user's offensive or defensive stats based on which is higher. Oh, okay. Whatever. I don't think it's that good. %42% of Heatrans use Earth Power on themselves. What does that mean? You use them for the DLC getting announced tomorrow. Well, I mean, if there's DLC, then yeah, I guess this whole tier list needs to be kind of redone. But at the time of writing, we're not writing anything. At the time of recording, where there is no DLC, that's where I would place these Pokemon. Regigigas. We don't have abilities, but we still have slow start. Game Freak has no mercy. This thing is absolute trash. It's so bad. It's so bad. I mean, the only consolation is that in the anime, its cry is really funny. Because it's like dubstepping on you. Like, Regigigas. I can't even do it, but I'll put it in the edit. So enjoy the anime cry and don't use it in game. Yeah, it still has slow start. They really went out of their way to semi-revive a removed mechanic just to make Regigigas even worse. And by the way, if Regigigas did not have slow start, it still would be in Why Bother. It is not good. Is it really worse than Wormadam? Absolutely. Absolutely it is. Wormadam is at least bad for the entire game. It has 160 base speed? You meant attack, right? Oh, okay. No, it's not. But it doesn't have 160 base attack. It has 80 because it's halved. You're never getting past slow start. Ever. Alright, home stretch here. Last row. Cresselia. Cresselia has the special power to soft lock your entire save. Uh-oh. So, you have to catch Cresselia to progress the story. It's hanging out in, I think, Moonview Arena, where Hisuian Electrode is. The thing is, it's actually in the arena, so if you just fly into the arena and catch it, you can, but you've just soft-locked your game, because you have to talk to Melee, the warden, before you actually catch Cresselia. Otherwise, he will never recognize you as having catched Cresselia, and your game is over. So, I mean, I guess it's the true evil and not Darkrai. But watch out for that. That hasn't been patched yet as of the time we're doing this. How good is Cresselia? It's actually a pretty good wall. It has a move, I think Lunar Dance or Lunar Blessing, where it's recovered, but it also obscures it to raise its evasion, which actually makes it one of the very few Pokemon in the game that can actually tank. Is that good? I mean, kind of. A little bit. I mean, it's definitely not in Why Bother. I think there's things you can do with this, but there's just better things you could be doing. As in, like, attacking the enemy and killing them. But if you want to try and stall, I mean, you maybe sort of kind of can with Cresselia, so we'll go ahead and put it in meh over here. There we go. Any complaints about that for Cresselia? Pokemon Mystery Dungeon fans know how evil Cresselia really is. I haven't played a Gen 4. Oh, something's falling outside. I haven't played a Gen 4 Mystery Dungeon game, so I don't actually know. You can defeat Volo and both Giratinas only with a level 70 Cresselia. I don't believe you. Alright. What do we even call this? The something... What are these things called? Like, as a group. The incarnate tree? The incarnate... The genies. Okay, we'll call them the genies. The genies. So these you can literally only use for Arceus because they start appearing after the super boss. So what do you actually use them for? I have no idea. They're basically untiered. But if you're going to use one, I guess... Enamorus is the best because it's a fairy type and fairy is OP, 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 OP. I honestly think like these should just kind of be untiered. You can bring them to Arceus, I guess. Honestly, I think maybe they should just be untiered. I mean, you can use them in... You can use them against Arceus, and they all hit quite hard. So, we're just going to put them here. I think this is the order they should go in. And Tornadus goes last. Nice pure type loser. But you can also just think of them as untiered. Wow, Enamorus is the only new Pokemon that's not an evolution of an older Pokemon or a Hisuian form. Interesting. That's unfortunate. They could have tried a little harder. Alright, Dialga and Palkia. You are forced to catch both, so you get them both for sure. And they're both, I mean, surprise, surprise, pretty darn powerful. Unfortunately, there isn't much game you can use them for, but hey, you can use them for the hardest part of the game, and that's nice. So I think we're going to put them here-ish? They're really strong, though. Do we put them at the bottom of useful for combat? Because of the legendaries you get, they're definitely the best. Honestly, I think to differentiate them for their strength, we are actually going to put them in useful for combat. And Palkia is better due to the origin form, boosting its speed to 120. Yeah, I think they get into useful for combat, because they're really, really, really strong. I just wish they were in the game. But if you're struggling against the super boss, you should be using these, because they're both amazing. I think the Origin form changes their signature moves as well. So Origin Palkia's Spatial Rend is slightly weaker, but it has even higher crit. I don't think that's worth it. And Origin Dialga's Roar of Time is less accurate, but it's a bit stronger. I also don't think that's worth it, so... Oops. At least it's neat. Giratina. Giratina is in basically the same a situation as the genies, where the only fight you can really use it for is Arceus. It's got a lot of legs, that's good. But it's also a defensively leaning Pokemon, whereas all of the genies are more towards offense. Giratina's fine. I think I'm going to put it like here-ish. I just don't really think it's worth using against Arceus, but you can. The thing is that it's good at walling, and Arceus is unwallable because it will always hit you super effectively with a stab judgment, so why even try? Giratina can learn Rain Dance. That's interesting. Well, what does it have to do with anything, though? Alright, we are almost done. These are the 4, I guess, pay-to-win Pokemon. You only win with one of them, but... So, Phione and Manaphy. Shaman and Darkrai. They're not required for Dex completion, but they are all available, kind of. We gotta put that in quotes, available. So to catch Phione and Manaphy, you have to complete the Legend of the Seas quest, which you can either look up online, which is what most people are gonna do, or you can read a book in another game you purchased, Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. I'm sorry if you bought it, because the game's awful, but that tells you how to solve the riddle, which then lets you engage in the single worst encounter in the game, in my opinion, if you actually try and fight it, because it's a 5v1. It's absolutely disgusting. And what's your reward at the end? You get Phione, who is complete garbage. Why bother for sure? I mean, it's probably better than Gastrodon. And you get Phione, which has a 600 BST. That's good. 108 stat, and it's a water type. I mean, is that good? Not really. No. Whatever. You can get it kind of early. I guess I'd put it like here, right? If you're going to use a mediocre, bulky water type that you have to go through a lot of extra effort to get, I guess you can use Manaphy. Whatever. I'm not a fan. Good signature move. What's the signature move do in this game? You can get it during Cobalt Coastlands, right? I mean, it's got decent availability. Oh, wow. +3 special attack? Well, I mean, that's in the mainline games, though. What does Heart Swap do in this game? Heart Swap sucks. Oh, no idea what it is in this game? Oh, okay. Alright, well, I mean, we can... So, like, Phione is basically just better Glalie, so we can put it above Glalie. What an honor. And yeah, Manaphy is... Oh, it's bulk up and status heal? Whatever, so it's bulk up. That's... I think if you could just catch Manaphy out in the wild, it'd be much higher up in Meh. But you have to go through so many hoops. It's so obnoxious to get this thing. It's just not worth it. We're going to put it here. I don't think there are any Manaphy fans that are going to be that upset. Shaman. So Shaman is another 600 BST Pokemon. You can turn it into Sky Shaman. You should definitely do that because it's way better. Unfortunately, it's super duper late game, and you have to pay to actually get this thing. But I mean, hey, it's actually fine. I'd probably put it a little bit below Heatran. Specifically the Sky form. The Sky form is fast and strong, which is what you want. I just wish it was in the game more. If you want to actually pay and win, maybe use Darkrai, because Darkrai is very good against, hey, look at that, Giratina. Because Darkrai is super duper fast, and Dark Void in this game is 90% accuracy and lowers defense. So if you Dark Void them, you can then Hex them or use one of the zillion Hex clones to deal massive damage. Which is really useful. And on its own, Darkrai can also fight, because it's fast and strong. Darkrai, I think, actually, because of all those things, if we put the cover legendaries here, we're also going to put Darkrai here. Because I think Darkrai is exceptionally useful in the one battle it's available in, if you actually paid to win and use it. Good job, Darkrai. And Arceus, he's in the title of the game, but he's not really in the game. I mean, you fight him, at the end you can get him, but at that point there's nothing left to do. So, I mean, it's untiered, but obviously Arceus is ridiculous, right? I mean, it's the best Pokemon in the game once you get it, but there's no game left, so... it's going to be in the dimension beyond the rift, here in untiered, lording over the rest of the list from the abyss. Very poetic. Yeah, I mean, Arceus with its new Judgment move is absolutely absurd, but maybe the creator of all Pokemon should have a move that is absurd. He calls you on the phone all the time. Leave me alone, Arceus. it should be in why bother because it means you have to catch Spiritomb, and it's kind of true. All right. Hey, we did it. We made a Legends Arceus tier list. I think you could shift a lot of these things around. This is definitely not, a refined list or anything. It could also change if there's DLC. But I think this is a decent way to organize the Pokemon of the game. Yeah, it only took 5 hours. How long did Gen 5 take? Also about that long, right? Not too bad at all. Where is Charizard? That's a question we're all asking. Any final comments or changes you'd like to make? I'm asking where are Megas. I'm asking too. Masuda, please. Charizard is in C tier? I hope not. He's weak to it. I don't see him. Lucario. Here's Lucario. Jolteon above normal type squad. Maybe. Maybe. I wish it got Thunder Wave. That would be nice. Any other comments? Now is your chance. Lucario has Bullet Punch. What about it? Clef should be useful for combat. Unlike most of the other fairies, it has a high enough level you can just splash into your team before the Super Boss, and it does really well. Yeah, it's okay. That's why it's so high in meh. It's basically the top of meh, aside from the starter, right? Really wishes it had an ability. I think B-Roll should be higher for its bridge ability. That's a convincing point. Doesn't count, though. Hippowdon over Magmortar. No, I think Magmortar is significantly better. Woganite's 4 AM. Thanks for stopping by, Miguel. Stopping by. You were here the whole time. Thanks for sticking with us the whole time. Are there any new Pokemon that I really like or really hate? I really like Hisuian Typhlosion. I think it's great. Any new ones that I really dislike? Not any new ones, no. Can we make a tier list based on how many legs each Pokemon gets? Clef can also fight Palkia. I guess. Any fairy type can do that, right? There's just better fairy types. Agile style Bullet Punch gives it a second attack and it hits hard. I mean, it hits okay. I don't think it's that good. Alright, it looks like there's not that many more suggestions, so I'm going to record the grit thing, because I forgot to say that in the intro. And then there'll probably be a few minutes of end screen, and then it'll be over. Do you think all the Pokemon in useful capture really belong there over meh? Sure, they can do that, but do they have enough there to justify them over other mons in the tier? I mean, the whole point is that they can inflict a status move, which makes capture easier. And these Pokemon can't do that, so yeah, that's why they're not in meh. This is assuming you're actually fighting Pokemon to capture them, which I don't really do. You just hit them with the Gigaton balls. Cresselia should be higher. There's Cresselia tier. I think this is fine. You can only use it in 2 battles. And it's okay in those. It like walls things. Do you want to wall things? No. You want to kill them. Pokeball tier list. It's not going to be very long, which maybe is a good thing, because these are really long. Alright. Yeah, you don't fight much in this game anyway. I'm doing a run where I catch the minimum number of Pokemon, and the number of mandatory fights in the game is barely double digit. You don't fight anybody. Alright. Eevees and Ivies are gone, and they've been replaced by a system called Grit. So basically, you stuff a bunch of dust and rocks on your Pokemon, and it makes them really strong. How strong? In the climactic battle, my Alolan Ninetales, so that's Ice and Fairy, got crit by an Iron Head from Garchomp, and it survived. I mean, barely, but in a base game, you would be visiting Ninetales at Lavender Tower, right? It would be dead. So, Grit makes an enormous difference. If you stuff a Pokemon with Grit, they can do fine no matter who they are. So no matter how bad a Pokemon is, in terms of its placement on this list, it's still usable, assuming you stuff it with Grit. It's just that the Pokemon that I think are useful in combat or useful overall don't need Grit to excel. Grit just makes their strengths strengthier. I'm not doing a retake. Should probably clear the tier list before you record that. Good idea. I'm just going to have to do an overlay. That's good idea. I'll overlay it with the video of the blank tier list. Double weaknesses are 2.5 and not 4x? Really? Why'd they do that? What is max grit level? 10. Oh yeah, I could just open a new tier list, but it's easier for me to just slap the blank tier list over this than re-record it. Dual types even better. Will they ever nerf dual types and buff monotypes? I guess not. I think that's everything. There probably will be post-production imported cheese making comments in the edit, but I think that's everything. So thank you everybody for helping me build this list. Hopefully it turned out alright. I think it did. And hopefully I will see you in the next video, whenever that is. I mean, the premium should be coming out hopefully today, but no promises on that. Alright. Thank you, everybody. There will be about 2 minutes of end screen now. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for helping build the list. Farewell.